the Italian Minister, Elena Bonetti.
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza ministeriale UNECE sull'invecchiamento di Roma. Consentitemi innanzitutto uno speciale ringraziamento alla segretaria esecutiva della Commissione economica per l'Europa delle Nazioni Unite, Olga Algayerova, per lo straordinario lavoro portato avanti dalla Commissione e dal suo gruppo di lavoro permanente sull'invecchiamento in questi anni a favore della promozione della corretta attuazione del piano di azione internazionale di Madrid sull'invecchiamento e della sua strategia di attuazione regionale. Ringrazio inoltre la segretaria esecutiva per aver accolto favorevolmente la nostra richiesta di ospitare a Roma questa conferenza ministeriale, nella convinzione che gli esiti di questo evento forniranno interessanti spunti di riflessione sui diritti umani delle persone anziane per gli anni a venire, sulla scia dei successi ottenuti nelle precedenti conferenze ministeriali UNECE in materia di invecchiamento di Lisbona, Vienna, León e di Berlino. Ringrazio inoltre tutti i colleghi e le colleghe ministri che parteciperanno ai lavori della giornata odierna e del segmento ministeriale di domani. Ritrovarci insieme in questo evento con il coordinamento delle Nazioni Unite è una testimonianza inequivocabile dell'importanza che ciascuno dei nostri governi attribuisce alla tematica dell'invecchiamento e della costruzione di un mondo sostenibile per tutte le età, che sarà possibile creare e lasciare alle nostre figlie e ai nostri figli soltanto se saremo capaci di unire le nostre forze in un impegno comune, andando oltre le diversità marcate dalle nostre politiche e situazioni nazionali nel contesto della multidimensionalità della tematica dell'invecchiamento. Ringrazio infine le relatrici e i relatori di questa conferenza, che sono tanti, come vedete dal programma, per il prezioso contributo che forniranno a questo evento e alle relative discussioni sull'attuazione delle varie aree del MIPA e RIS, nonché le organizzazioni non governative e scientifiche che parteciperanno attivamente all'evento e i cui lavori hanno preceduto con successo l'apertura di questa conferenza ministeriale attraverso il forum congiunto della società civile e della ricerca scientifica. Il vostro contributo, sul quale avremo occasione di confrontarci nello specifico domani, rappresenta un grande valore aggiunto nel processo di elaborazione delle future politiche degli Stati membri dell'area UNECE in materia di invecchiamento e di creazione di società sostenibili e a misura di tutte le età. Sono adesso davvero estremamente onorata di poter leggere il messaggio che il Presidente della Repubblica, Sergio Mattarella, ha voluto inviare in occasione di questo evento. L'invecchiamento, l'anzianità non costituiscono una condizione di emarginazione da recuperare. Giustamente, le Nazioni Unite hanno posto l'obiettivo del decennio 2021-2030, indicato dall'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità, per un mondo in cui tutte le persone possano vivere a lungo in buona salute, insieme a quelli di Agenda 2030 per uno sviluppo sostenibile per tutti. Affermare il valore della vita significa costruire una società per tutte le età, in cui i diritti di ciascuno trovino completa espressione. È compito delle istituzioni e delle libere espressioni sociali approntare politiche di welfare a questo scopo. Rivolgo Un caloroso saluto a tutti i partecipanti alla quinta conferenza ministeriale della Commissione economica delle Nazioni Unite per l'Europa dedicata all'invecchiamento, che abbiamo l'onore di ospitare a Roma. Il tema della conferenza, un mondo sostenibile per tutte le età, unire le forze per la solidarietà e le pari opportunità per tutta la vita, incoraggia una riflessione matura, sottolineando che avere un pianeta più armonioso significa anche offrire condizioni sostenibili per le persone nelle diverse stagioni dell'esistenza. Un ambiente sano e sicuro vale per l'intera popolazione e naturalmente anche per quella anziana. Una qualità dell'esistenza migliore si traduce in vita migliore per le famiglie e per l'intera comunità. L'enorme progresso sul terreno della tutela della salute di ciascuno ha realizzato condizioni per un aumento delle attese di vita, modificando tradizionali equilibri nella struttura demografica, incrementando la popolazione anziana. La sfida dell'invecchiamento ci riguarda tutti. È parte del principio della pari dignità di ogni essere umano, anche quando si dovesse trovare nella condizione di perdere la propria autonomia. Parimenti sono necessarie strategie che permettano la massima partecipazione sociale di questa componente della popolazione, risorsa preziosa, custode delle nostre origini e delle nostre identità. Con questi auspici formulo auguri di buon lavoro. Sergio Mattarella. Care colleghe e cari colleghi, signore e signori, la conferenza ministeriale UNECE di Roma si tiene in un momento storico particolarmente opportuno, non soltanto perché quest'anno si celebra il 20ennale dell'adozione del MIPA e della sua strategia regionale, ma anche perché si svolge all'indomani di una pandemia che nessuno di noi avrebbe mai immaginato e il cui prezzo più alto in termini di vite umane e godimento dei propri diritti è stato pagato proprio dai nostri anziani. Il Covid-19 ha mostrato palesemente in tutti i nostri paesi la fragilità del sistema di protezione dei diritti degli anziani, i quali, oltre ad essere i soggetti più a rischio dal punto di vista medico, hanno sofferto più di chiunque altro per l'isolamento dovuto ai numerosi lockdown e alle misure di distanziamento sociale, incontrando non poche difficoltà nell'uso della comunicazione digitale, il che li ha costretti ad affrontare ulteriori limiti in termini di informazione, interazione sociale e partecipazione alla vita di comunità. Voglio però sottolineare in questa sede anche la resilienza dimostrata dalla popolazione anziana durante la fase più acuta della pandemia e il significativo contributo che gli anziani hanno dato al funzionamento delle nostre società attraverso un meccanismo di solidarietà che essi stessi per primi hanno messo in atto all'interno delle proprie comunità, spesso tornando al lavoro seppur in pensione, come parte del personale medico e infermieristico, o attraverso le numerose attività di volontariato da loro promosse, o ancora semplicemente supportando i membri più giovani delle loro famiglie. Consentitemi inoltre di evidenziare l'importanza che tutti i nostri governi, nessuno escluso, lavorino per la tutela e la promozione dei diritti umani di tutti i soggetti vulnerabili, soprattutto anziani e bambini, anche nell'ambito delle crisi ambientali e nei conflitti armati. In queste situazioni gli anziani assistono impotenti al crollo di tutto ciò che hanno costruito nella loro vita e sperano nella pace. A riguardo, consentitemi di ribadire, anche in questa sede, la posizione del governo italiano con riferimento all'invasione dell'Ucraina da parte della Federazione Russa, che è una posizione di ferma condanna di un conflitto ingiustificabile nell'ambito del quale, ancora una volta, gli anziani che non hanno voluto o potuto abbandonare la propria patria si ritrovano vittime innocenti di una guerra che non hanno mai cercato. In questo difficile scenario, il nostro compito a livello governativo, associazionistico e scientifico è quello di ripensare insieme le politiche a favore della popolazione anziana nella regione europea, partendo dalle lezioni apprese dal momento storico in cui ci troviamo. La conferenza ministeriale di Roma ci darà questa opportunità. Auguro quindi ai miei colleghi e a tutti voi una proficua giornata di lavori che possa essere di ispirazione per il futuro delle nostre politiche all'indomani di questa conferenza. Grazie. Passerei dunque al prossimo relatore, la vice direttrice generale dell'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità, Suzanne Jacob, che per impegni pregressi non può essere con noi oggi, ma ha inviato un videomessaggio che pregherei la regia di trasmettere. Grazie.
Mrs. Elena Bonetti, Mrs. Olga Algayerova, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At a time of unpredictable challenges for health, one trend is certain. The aging of populations is rapidly accelerating worldwide. In the UNECE region, older people are becoming the fastest growing segment of the population. Globally, we have been incredibly successful at adding years to life. We have been less successful at enabling people to experience these extra years in good health and addressing inequalities in who gets to live longer and who gets to enjoy good health in older age. The United Nations declared 2021-2030 the decade of healthy aging and asked WHO to lead this global initiative jointly with the UN system and in collaboration with governments and their partners to improve the lives of current and future generations of older people. The Decade of Healthy Aging is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, and supports implementation of the UNECE Regional Implementation Strategy of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the seriousness of existing gaps in policies, systems, and services, and underlined the need for concerted global action on healthy aging. In the 9 years left of the decade and the SDGs, if we can put in place the right policies and services, more people will experience these extra years of life in good health and be able to continue to do the things they value. So what investments do we need to make to ensure that people can live longer and healthier lives? We need to focus on 4 actions. Changing how we think, feel, and act towards age and aging. Ensuring that communities foster the abilities of older people. Delivering person-centered, integrated care and primary health services responsive to older people, and providing access to long-term care for older people who need it. Together, these action areas, if we also address inequities, can enable more older people to do what they value most, age safely in a place that is right for them, continue to develop personally, and contribute to their communities while retaining autonomy and health. The challenges facing our societies are urgent and cannot be solved by one sector or stakeholder. This is why later this year we will launch the Healthy Aging Collaborative that will bring together governments, civil society, international organizations, professionals, academic institutions, the media and the private sector to improve the lives of older people, their families and communities. Together we can ensure that during the decade of healthy aging, we add years to life and life to years for both current and future generations. Thank you, and I wish you a most successful conference.
Yeah? Okay, so. Grazie dunque alla vice direttrice dell'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità ed è ora con grande piacere che passo la parola alla segretaria esecutiva di UNECE che ha organizzato questo evento, Olga Gajerova. A lei la parola.
Madam Minister Elena Bonetti, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, dear colleagues, it's really my great pleasure on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe to welcome you all, the representatives of the member states, experts from the scientific community, members of the civil society, and of course, dear colleagues from the international organizations to this ministerial conference on aging. The theme of this conference is a sustainable world for all ages, joining forces for solidarity and equal opportunities throughout life. There is a lot of work to be done behind these words. They call on all of us to work together and create societies for all ages and for both the current and future generations. Dear colleagues, over the next 2 days, our discussions will focus on different aspects of these joint efforts. First, promoting active and healthy aging throughout life. Second, ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. And third, mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. Let me say a few words about each of these three elements. So the first, on promoting active and healthy aging throughout life, begins with the recognition that every human being at any point of their lives is aging, and that experiences, skills, attitudes, but also disadvantages we accumulate from early childhood and determining for our quality of life at older age. It is essential that we don't limit aging to older persons, pensions and care, but focus on the entire life course. We need to recognize that prevention and creating equal opportunities in all fields of life are important prerequisites for health, participation, and income security at older age. A second important point here is the mutually reinforcing nature of active aging and healthy aging. 10 years ago, the UNECE member states strongly endorsed the concept of active aging in the Vienna Ministerial Declaration. Since then, many countries have shaped their policies and programs to promote active aging. At the same time, the currently ongoing United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging has focused attention at aging in good health, with action plans and initiatives spreading actions across the region. I would like to stress that active aging and healthy aging cannot exist without each other. Active participation in society, longer working life, active support to family members or participation in lifelong learning at older age are all, to a certain degree, dependent on good health. On the other hand, active lifestyle, engagement in the community, and strong social connections can positively influence our prospects for aging in good health. We cannot pretend that by living actively we could certainly avoid all the health problems commonly associated with older age, but we can reduce the limitations they cause. This is where creating a world for all ages comes in strongly. It is a world in which homes, transport systems, workplaces, products, services, and communities are built in a way that enables independence, choice, and active participation at any age, even when health declines. Now, dear colleagues, let me turn to our second priority area, what is ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. That is crucial in our aging societies. Long-term care needs and the demand for well-trained health and social care workers is rising rapidly in many countries of our region. To keep up with this demand, several countries have adopted systemic reforms and innovative approaches, but there is still a long way ahead of us. Take, for instance, the availability of long-term care services. Often, they are limited to cities or larger settlements, leaving older persons in rural and deprived areas behind. A second important factor to consider is quality. Mechanisms need to be established to ensure that all the persons, regarding of their income, can access the same minimum quality standards in care. Dignity and self-determination in long-term care setting have to be upheld as well. This also includes the possibility of choice. Some older persons wish to receive care at home, while others may opt for supported housing or residential facilities, but their preferences should be respected at all times. COVID-19 has taught us many lessons about long-term care and held up a mirror to the flaws of our health and social care systems. It revealed that great dependence of our long-term care systems on the dedication of care professionals, and especially of informal carers and families. Now that the pandemic has finally ceased to dominate our agendas, we should not forget what it taught us, and we should take all the necessary steps to be better prepared for potential future health crises. This includes improving the working conditions for care workers, ensuring adequate staffing, and creating comprehensive support frameworks for informal and family carers that help to reconcile paid employment and care responsibilities. Let me turn now finally to our third priority, and some would say the most important, and that is mainstreaming aging to advance a society of all ages. It touches upon everything I mentioned before. It is about how to make a world for all ages happen, Mainstreaming aging, in simple words, means taking into consideration the fact of population aging in policy making in all sectors, such as health, education, transport, housing, energy, and even tourism, to mention only a few. That mainstreaming needs to happen at all levels, national, regional, and local, and with all stakeholders such as civil society, social partners, service providers, the private sector, researchers, and importantly, with all the persons themselves. Excellencies, dear colleagues, we have convened here in Rome this week to review what has been achieved over the last 5 years in implementing the goals of the Lisbon Ministerial Declaration. Back in 2017 in Lisbon, UNECE member states pledged to realize the potential of living longer. I'm very pleased to be able to say that many policies have since been adopted and actions taken to turn this promise into reality. Population aging is a policy challenge that we all face. Regional cooperation enables us to learn from each other's successes and failures, and I very highly appreciate your continued commitment to the mechanism for regional cooperation that we have put in place. Your numerous and high-level presence here in Rome is just testimony to it. The UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging, established nearly 15 years ago, is a unique intergovernmental platform for cooperation and exchange on implementing the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging and its regional implementation strategy. Its recent change of status from an ad hoc to a standing working group with a long-term mandate is testimony to the importance of population aging for the region. It also demonstrates member states' recognition of the value of regional cooperation in this particular field. Finally, I would like to note that reliable and relevant data are essential for making the right decisions at the right time. The COVID-19 has highlighted the importance of having accurate information almost in real time. UNECE is actively engaged in advancing aging-related statistics. We are happy to see that many of you continue to refer to the Active Aging Index, which is a unique tool in the area of aging-related statistics. Excellencies, dear colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Italy for hosting this conference and for providing us with an opportunity to finally meet face-to-face in the eternal city of Rome. I would also like to thank the members of the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging and all our partners with whom we share a common commitment to work towards a sustainable world for all ages, including UNFPA, WHO, and the many partners representing civil society and the research community. I wish all of us a fruitful and engaging exchange over the next 2 days. Thank you for your attention. Yes. Distinguished delegates, all of us, we have received an annotated agenda, document EC/AC 30/2022/1, as well as the conference program with the detailed timetable and panel arrangements. Now I would like to ask the Secretary to the conference to provide a brief explanation about some minor changes so that we can proceed to the adaptation to the agenda. Please, Madam Bratanova, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Lidia Bratanova, and I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe Secretariat. At this point, I have to announce minor change to the program that you have received and is available on the website. And actually, we call it a minor change, but actually it is an important change because this important change includes the name of a dear colleague of ours who has worked tirelessly since 1 year to prepare this conference. The program announces that secretary to this conference will be Vitalia Gaukaite, who is the chief of the population unit at the UNECE. Unfortunately, for health reasons, she had to cancel her participation. However, as you may know, this conference is live streamed. And our dear colleague Vitalia has been watching us since yesterday up there and even sending us instructions. So, Vitalia, we are here. We'll try to do our best. As a result of this, I had to step in and be secretary. I'm the director of the statistical division of UNECE, where the population unit is located. And I have been managing the work on population aging since 2011. And together with Vitalia, we have prepared 3 ministerial conferences. This is our 3rd. But as Vitalia knows it all, now 2 of us will replace her. I as the director and my dear colleague Lisa Wolf. So we will be trying to guide you through these 2 days of the conference. We look very much forward to the deliberations and the outcome of this conference. As even yesterday we mentioned, we consider this a milestone because the work on population aging at UNECE level and member states is reaching a new point of development. And the issues are increasing, but also aging as a policy issue has gained more and more prominence. I would like at this point to think that to put a conference of this kind, it's not only the job of the UNECE Secretariat without the wonderful collaboration we have had with our Italian colleagues. And I would like to recognize here, acknowledge the close collaboration with the Ministry of Equal Opportunities and Family of Italy, and to mention the name of Alfredo Ferrante and Elena, as we all know her. Yes, she waved there. They are with the Department of Family Policy's Presidency of the Council of Ministers. And I would like also to introduce the UNECE Secretariat. Of course, I mentioned my name and Lisa Worth, but we have a desk there at the bottom of the room so that at any point you need any assistance or any help or question, please refer to the desk. And the Secretariat office is just across the corridor. We have 380 participants registered. We'll try to do everything possible to ensure smooth running of this conference and to ensure, most importantly, interesting deliberations from your side and even more importantly, a successful outcome. Thank you.
Okay, distinguished delegates, I hope we can adopt agenda now. So if any one of you has any objections, so this is the moment when you can raise your hand. Otherwise, I declare the agenda is adopted. Thank you. Now I would like again to turn the floor back to Madam Bratanova for some small housekeeping announcement. Please.
Thank you. As I just said, there is this minor change to the program. If any changes appear during the course of the conference, we'll announce them in due time. Something that is very important for you, that I would like to draw the delegates' attention to the draft ministerial declaration that was distributed on 1st of June. I would also like to draw to your attention that in paragraph 15 of the ministerial declaration that has undergone 2 rounds of consultations. In paragraph 15 of the draft ministerial declaration, there has been a technical mistake in the version distributed to member states on 1st of June, which has now been corrected. It's just 1 or 2 words, if I remember well, in paragraph 15. The correction will be also reflected in the copy of the declaration that will be distributed to each delegation on the morning of 17th of June. Tomorrow morning, each of you will receive on the table a copy of the draft declaration where in paragraph 15 this small change will be indicated. Now, another important information for you is that we'll advise all of you to take headphones, as I mentioned earlier, which is in the corridor. And please note that the organizers, the local organizers, expect that if you leave earlier, you have to return the headphones. We'll have coffee breaks, and coffee breaks will be served in the lobby. We are now at -2, then -1, and then the lobby, where the registration for the conference takes place. There will be lunches offered by the organizers, Italy, and they will take place in the restaurant on the ground floor. You may have noticed on the website that a lot of side events will take place. We want to ensure this is during the lunch breaks, and so we will not leave delegates who attend side events hungry. There will be also food at these side events. One more information. We have asked countries to inform Secretariat for possible bilateral meetings. You still have the chance if you need to meet with partners from another country. There are rooms especially equipped for this purpose. And final comment from my side, as I received already a few questions before the opening. Later under item 3, there is a subscription for statements from governments. And so the answer to the question from where the statements will be made is that the statements will be made from the table where you are seated. That's all from me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Lydia. Okay, dear colleagues, now we have agenda. We know when and where's, but we are missing important element, and this is we need to elect together a chairperson and 2 vice chairpersons of this conference. Let me just note that the chairperson and the vice chairs are elected for both days, the expert segment and the high-level segment of the conference. The chairperson is expected to take over the chairing of this plenary session and to chair the plenary sessions of the high-level segment tomorrow. The vice chairs will be chairing the ministerial roundtables tomorrow and may have to step in when needed to help or to replace the chairperson. There have been some preliminary discussions regarding the nominations in the preparatory committee, and I would like now to ask the chair of the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging, Mr. Edmundo Martino, to announce the nominations. Edmundo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, dear ministers and colleagues. So we have a proposal to elect as chair of this ministerial conference Mrs. Elena Bonetti, the Minister for Equal Opportunities and Family of Italy, and our host. Thank you again, Minister. And as vice chairs, the Minister of Social Protection of Estonia, Mrs. Signe Riisalo, and the Minister for Labor, Solidarity and Social Security of Portugal, Mrs. Ana Godinho. So that's our proposal to elect this chair, the chair and vice chairs of our conference.
Thank you so much, dear Edmundo. So, distinguished delegates, we now need to accept the proposed candidatures. If again any objections in the room, is the moment to express yourself now. I don't see any. Thank you so much. So it means that our chair and 2 chairs are accepted. And finally, it's my pleasure to announce that election is completed, and I'm inviting the elected Madam Chair to take on the chairing of this plenary session. Good luck, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille, per me è un grande piacere presiedere questa conferenza in collaborazione con le colleghe di Portogallo e di Estonia. Invito quindi la Ministra Godinho e la Ministra Risalo a unirsi con noi al tavolo presidenziale. No? They are not coming. Okay?
The secretary says no.
Okay.
Not at this point.
So, after.
Later.
Prima di dare formalmente avvio ai lavori di questa conferenza, tengo molto a ricordare che l'obiettivo di questo evento è quello di discutere una serie di questioni concordate nel corso del processo preparatorio della conferenza stessa, che ricadono nei 3 ambiti tematici previsti per questo evento, ovvero la promozione dell'invecchiamento attivo e in salute per tutto l'arco della vita, l'accesso alle cure di lungo termine e il sostegno alle famiglie e ai caregiver, l'integrazione della dimensione dell'invecchiamento al fine di costruire una società per tutte le età. Desidero inoltre ricordare che la giornata odierna sarà dedicata ai 3 panel di esperti, mentre domani il dibattito si sposterà nelle tavole rotonde ministeriali e prevederà l'adozione della dichiarazione ministeriale. Vorrei inoltre informare le delegazioni che la dichiarazione ministeriale provvisoria sarà presentata domani nel corso della prima sessione plenaria. La bozza è già stata fatta circolare per 2 giri di consultazione formali e ha ricevuto una preapprovazione generale da parte degli Stati membri. La versione provvisoria è stata distribuita alle delegazioni il 1° giugno scorso e solo se sarà necessario le delegazioni potranno proporre suggerimenti o modifiche per iscritto entro mezzogiorno di domani al segretariato generale della conferenza. Il Bureau del gruppo di lavoro permanente sull'invecchiamento li visionerà nel corso della pausa pranzo e provvederà a finalizzare la dichiarazione. Ricordo inoltre a tutti i partecipanti che ieri si è svolto proprio qui il forum congiunto della società civile e della ricerca scientifica, il cui documento finale sarà presentato in conferenza nella giornata di domani. Vorrei infine rivolgere un doveroso e sentito ringraziamento al gruppo di lavoro permanente di UNECE sull'invecchiamento attivo e al suo bureau per avere contribuito in modo determinante all'organizzazione di questa conferenza. Passerei dunque a questo punto, se siamo d'accordo, al prossimo punto in agenda dedicato al lancio del report MIPA Plus 20 e alla panoramica sull'attuazione del MIPA RIS nella regione UNECE. Prima di passare la parola alla rappresentante dell'unità sulla popolazione di UNECE, Lisa Ward, per la presentazione del report e del rapporto di sintesi, vorrei ricordare che il report MIPA più 20 è stato redatto da UNECE delineando i principali successi e le maggiori sfide per le politiche dell'invecchiamento nella regione UNECE dall'adozione del MIPA 20 anni fa, nel 2002. Tra il 2021 e il 2022 la maggior parte dei paesi UNECE ha presentato il proprio rapporto nazionale sulla 4ª revisione e valutazione dell'attuazione del MIPA RIS. Su questa base il segretariato ha inoltre predisposto il rapporto di sintesi con cui apriamo questa conferenza. Ecco, prima di passare la parola a Lisa, devo purtroppo informarvi che a causa di impegni improvvisi e improrogabili dovrò assentarmi per alcune ore in questa mattinata. Ci rivedremo però all'inaugurazione della poster exhibition che avrò l'onore di aprire ufficialmente tra circa un'ora presso la lobby dell'hotel al piano terra. A questo punto lascio con grande onore la parola a Lisa Ward. Grazie davvero.
Now, this year marks the 20-year milestone in the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action across the UNECE region. It also marks the 20th anniversary of the UNECE Regional Implementation Strategy, which was adopted in Berlin in September 2002. We are therefore today launching 2 reports: the regional synthesis of progress made over the past 5 years, since the last Ministerial Conference on Aging in Lisbon, and a MIPA Plus 20 report that highlights progress in policy development and shifts in the way countries have worked towards improving the situation of older persons over the past 20 years. You will find both of these reports online on the UNECE conference webpage. These reviews help us to take stock of how far we have come and guide policy priorities for the next 5 years. With this 5th UNECE Ministerial Conference on Aging, we complete the 4th cycle and review and appraisal of the implementation of MIPA-RIS and celebrate 20 years of regional cooperation on aging. The establishment of the Working Group on Aging in 2008 was an important milestone, as it put in place an institutional mechanism for regional dialogue and cooperation. The growing relevance and the importance of working together to address the challenges and realize the opportunities of population aging in the region was acknowledged in Lisbon 5 years ago, leading to the transformation of the ad hoc working group to a standing working group on aging in 2020, giving us a longer-term mandate for our joint work. It is an important joint achievement for regional cooperation. The context in which MIPA implementation has taken place was distinct from cycle to cycle. From the demographic point of view, the aging trend in the region has been steady and accelerating over the past decade. The numbers speak for themselves. Longevity rise was an important factor. On average, a man born in 2020 could expect to live 5.6 years longer than one born in 2000. The other trend that's worth mentioning is the increasing heterogeneity of our populations. Take Europe as an example. In 2020, 44 million Europeans were residing in a country other than the one they were born in. And there had been an increase of nearly 13 million between 2000 and 2020. From the socioeconomic perspective, MIPA-RIS commitments were endorsed in a period of economic growth. The second implementation cycle started with the financial crisis and social instability in its aftermath. Recovery followed, but rather slow and unevenly in the 3rd cycle. And as we all know, the second part of the 4th cycle was strongly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, with its far-reaching health, social, and economic implications. The rising proportion of people aged 65 and above is not the only aspect that matters in the field of population aging. The population pyramid clearly shows it. Significantly smaller cohorts of children will be entering into the labor market over the next decade. Median age of working age population will rise noticeably, and the numbers of the older olds, in particular among women, will be calling for solutions relating to long-term care provision, for instance. Rising longevity will not always be matched by healthy life years. Nevertheless, the improvement over the last 20 years for both life expectancy at 60, which are shown with the light and dark orange dots for the respective years, and the part of it lived in relatively good health, which you see marked in dark and light green below, are on the rise across the region with a very few exceptions. Healthy life expectancy at age 60 was 16 years for men and 18.1 years for women in 2019, representing an additional 1.9 healthy life years for men and 1.5 for women since 2002. Now, what we also found when looking at the 20 years since MIPA-RIS is a change in attitudes towards aging and older persons, which have evolved and policy orientations have changed. For instance, aging-related policies have become a core element of government policy across the region. By now, 35 countries in the region have developed national aging strategies. Since 2012, there has been a strong focus on active aging, active and healthy aging, shifting policy focus from addressing vulnerability to realizing the potential of living longer. Another important trend has been the growing focus on the human rights of older persons, which underpin MIPA, with a shift from meeting the needs to fulfilling rights. With regard to health and care services for older persons, we've seen an increasing emphasis not only on enhancing access, but also choice and ensuring quality. Solidarity and equity between the generations have been promoted through the support of reconciling work and care, social protection of family carers, among others. And progress in advancing gender equality has been recorded too. Data over the past decade shows reductions, for instance, in gender pay in 35 countries and gender pensions gap in 24 UNECE countries for which data was available. Now, turning to the review, we have had 40 countries that contributed national reports to the current review. And as in previous rounds, the review period was over a year long, and countries were encouraged to develop national reviews and review progress in a participatory manner, in a bottom-up participatory approach. They include both quantitative and qualitative data, reports on policies, strategies, legislation, and special programs implemented towards the 3 goals of the Lisbon Declaration, indicating key achievements and challenges. We also, as in previous years, included a comprehensive statistical annex based on the active aging indicators that look at progress in demographic change, but also in indicators relating to the labor market, participation, independent, healthy, and secure living, capacity and enabling environment for active aging, as well as other indicators. Now, 5 years ago in Lisbon, we set in the Ministerial Declaration 3 broad goals: recognizing the potential of older persons, encouraging longer working lives and the ability to work, and ensuring aging with dignity. Let me just briefly summarize the findings for each of these goals. We have, under the goal of potential of older persons, seen an enhanced emphasis on mainstreaming aging. There has been progress in ensuring better coordination, integration of aging into national development strategies, improved involvement of older persons and their representatives in policymaking. Countries have reported on various dimensions of opportunities created for social and cultural participation, such as volunteering, but also enhanced opportunities for physical exercise, which is also important for active and healthy aging. Loneliness and social isolation as a key challenge is increasingly not only recognized but addressed. Especially in the COVID-19 pandemic period, it has become even more prominent. And actions to combat ageism and promote a positive image of aging has also been implemented. For the goal of enabling a longer working life and the ability to work, we've seen progress in tailored support to older job seekers, but also work with encouragement of employers to introduce age management and age-friendly workplaces, which have been promoted. Much emphasis across the region has been placed on lifelong learning, especially enhancing digital skills and literacy training. Pension systems were further adjusted to ensure long-term sustainability, and also pension adequacy was improved. With regard to aging with dignity, we've seen the continued trend towards deinstitutionalization, enabling older persons to age in place through an integration of care and support at local level. Technologies and digitalization were further leveraged to support this. And also increased emphasis was put on enabling or supporting research and development of assisted living technologies. There has been progress in the prevention and protection of abuse and violence, enhanced attention to the situation of care workforce and informal carers, And to the challenge of dementia, there has been a growth in the number of dementia strategies and plans across the region. Now, as we faced the COVID pandemic during the fourth cycle of implementation, we also included in the guidelines for the report this time a section on what countries have done to respond to the pandemic and what have been the lessons learned. The COVID-19 pandemic has put significant pressure on governments, health and care systems, and societies over the past 2 years. And as we all know, COVID-19 has had a particularly grave impact on older persons. The pandemic has highlighted and aggravated several structural deficits in national health and care systems. We've learned by experience that the restrictive measures taken to contain the spread of the virus and save lives, such as physical distancing and lockdowns, also aggravated feelings of loneliness and diminished opportunities for social participation, with negative impacts on both physical and mental health. The key lessons learned from the pandemic are that we need clear commitment to dignity and the right to health of older persons in difficult healthcare decisions especially, the need for enhanced information sharing and participation of older persons in the decisions that affect them. Overall, countries reported important progress made in the areas of employment and pensions, health and social care, and inclusion, including also combating ageism, including inclusion in policy making. And among the challenges and areas that need particular attention going forward are, and it comes as no surprise, long-term care, housing, remaining inequalities and poverty, discrimination, and increased vulnerabilities. For the outlook for the future, countries have indicated the need to promote active and healthy aging across the life course, make long-term care of choice accessible for all and support caregivers, and mainstream aging across all policy at all levels. This has informed the organization of the conference program, and this is why these are the themes that we'll be focusing on in the coming 2 days. Overall, we can say and have to acknowledge that significant progress has been made over the past 20 years, but much remains to be achieved. It is important to scale up and replicate positive practices and policies to ensure that the progress achieved by some today will be a reality for all tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lisa, for driving us on the synthesis report and the MIPARIS implementation. I would like to ask you if there are any questions or clarifications needed about this. We have, of course, the report is available on our website and all the national reports. But anyhow, if there are any questions that you would like to raise at this stage, please feel free. Some comments? Well, if it's not the case, thank you again, Lisa. And I would like now to invite the different countries that have subscribed to make an intervention on their national progress towards the implementation of MIPA-RIS in the last 5 years. So we have a number of countries that have subscribed for this, and I would like to start by asking the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of Armenia, Mr. Narek Chian. Sorry about the pronunciation.
Mr. Chairman.
Just let me remind the importance of being very concise and short. Please, we have a number of interventions at this stage, and we would like to keep on with our schedule. Thank you, Minister. Sorry. Please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a great honor for me to address this session of the conference, and let me to thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and the government of Italy for the excellent organization of this conference and for the warm welcome in Italy, in Rome. The ministerial conferences held within the context of review and appraisal of implementation of Madrid Plan of Action and Regional Implementation Strategy have a unique role for promotion and reinforcement of our common principles and provide an important platform to review the achievements, identify and address the gaps towards ensuring a sustainable society for all ages. The current demographic trends present different challenges for policymaking. A more comprehensive and multi-layer approach is required to better address the emerging needs in aging societies, to promote and ensure healthy aging and aging with dignity. The government of Armenia is committed to consistent reforms in compliance with international standards to ensure the protection of older persons' rights, participation in society, and combating discrimination, including in the framework of national efforts towards the implementation of sustainable development goals. The Armenian Development Strategy for 2014-2025 and the Armenian Transformation Strategy 2050 define the growth of employment, elimination of poverty, enhancement of social protection system, and human development as priorities in the development agenda of the country. In line with the current trends and the challenges of aging society and in close collaboration with the Office of UNFPA in Armenia, we have launched a new project last year aimed at improving the care services and introducing community-based services for the elderly people. The 2021-2023 Action Plan of the Government on Aging sets the overall framework of our initiatives with the goal of improving social services system, promoting healthy and active life, ensuring economic safety and social inclusion, participation in community life and decision-making processes. Another important component of action plan is to support the families, which will enable the older persons to stay in a family environment. We have set up an interagency committee with the participation of the civil society and the international organizations to ensure the effective implementation of the action plan. Moreover, since 2015, the Network on Aging issues comprising state agencies, civil society, and international organization has been in operation, having regular meetings to address legislative changes, reform packages, existing issues and gaps, to introduce suggestions and recommendations for further development in the area, to implement joint projects tailored to the needs of older persons. Last year, again in cooperation with UNFPA Armenia and other international organizations, we have carried out a survey in the country to assess and identify the needs of older persons related to required services in order to ensure more accessible and targeted community-based services, to promote the autonomy of older persons and their participation in society. The results of the survey have been used for the further policy development. The government of Armenia has initiated large-scale reforms to introduce unified social services system in country. Regional 49 centers of unified social services are already functioning in the capital and in all regions of Armenia. The core achievement in this context is the development of Social Workers Institute, which ensures targeted work with older persons and their families to promote provision of community services based on real individual needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the aggression unleashed by Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020 in the most terrible way affected the elderly population living there. As a part of the post-war response, constant efforts are being made by the government of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh authorities to address the issues these people are currently facing, in particular by providing suitable accommodation and financial assistance. From this perspective, Armenia is ready to cooperate closely with our international partners with the aim of managing the negative effects of conflict on civilians and provide people in need with proper aid and assistance. Dear colleagues, the priorities in our agenda are to take necessary measures to promote longer working life, provide efficient and accessible health services, create basis for active aging, to foster the efficient implementation of MIPA targets. There is a need for continuous coordinated work at all levels by consolidating the efforts and resources of state, civil society, international community, and other actors. The priority and directions defined by the Ministerial Conference are essential in helping us to continue our work in line with current challenges, equipped with the best practices from other countries to ensure active, healthy aging with dignity and a sustainable world for all ages. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. And allow me to stress again the importance of having short interventions so that we can respect a little bit our schedule. Thank you so much. And now I'll give the floor to the Deputy Director General in the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health of Finland, Mrs. Taru Koivisto. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, 20 years ago in Madrid, we came together to discuss what aging means in the 21st century. Since then, there have been many changes in our societies. Most recently, the pandemic and the unjustified war in Ukraine have shown us how crucial it is to build resilience. Finland is rapidly aging. Aging is a major challenge, but also a political priority for us. The preparedness for aging of a population has been built for a long time. The development work described in Finland's MIPA follow-up report is based on this continuation. The aim of the Finnish aging policy is to enhance older people's health and well-being, functional capacity, participation, and independent living. In 2020, Finland published a horizontal program on aging in multi-stakeholder collaboration. The program promotes equal opportunities, social participation, and staying longer in employment. It aims at strengthening the inclusion, self-determination, and resources of older people. The policies have a strong basis on legislation, registered data, scientific research, and evaluation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, older people have been disproportionately affected. The lessons learned from the pandemic are an integral part of our development work. Currently, Finland is going through a health and social services reform that is the largest administrative reform ever undertaken in Finland. The aim of the reform is to create equal, well-coordinated and integrated services. We want to ensure healthy and active aging through rehabilitation and supporting living at home. For a long time, Finland has promoted smart technology for aging. The aim of the innovations is to support the needs of the aging population. At the same time, we need to make sure that digitalization is inclusive. Dear colleagues, aging affects all sectors of society. An economy of well-being approach emphasizes a whole of society approach. Finland underlines the importance of close cooperation with civil society organizations. Civil society has a key role in supporting the everyday life of older persons and in promoting their rights. We want to recognize and cherish the role of older people as contributors and active participants in the society. It's crucial to support the older people in strengthening their own voice. Finland underlines the diversity of the elderly population and the need to influence attitudes related to aging. An age-friendly society can better harness the potential of an aging population. Older people are not a special group, but rather mainstream, whose needs we are committed to take into account. And finally, I would like to congratulate Italy and the UNECE Secretariat for organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Protection of Belarus, Mrs. Marina Artyomenka.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые участники конференции. Республика Беларусь стремится вносить весомый вклад в усилия ЕЭК по поддержке благополучия и улучшения качества жизни пожилых людей. Понимая серьезность процессов старения, в новой редакции Конституции Республики Беларусь пожилые люди выделены как категория, о которой государство проявляет особую заботу. В стране выстроена система минимальных социальных стандартов, которая гарантирует доступ пожилым гражданам к услугам здравоохранения, пенсионного обеспечения, социального обслуживания. Правительством Республики Беларусь утверждена национальная стратегия «Активное долголетие» на период с 21 по 30 годы. Документ направлен на всесторонний учет в социальной политике потребностей пожилых граждан. Ее координатором выступает Министерство труда и социальной защиты. Сделаю акцент на следующих основных направлениях национальной стратегии. Первое – это создание для здоровой и активной жизни. Медицинская помощь пожилым гражданам в нашей стране предоставляется бесплатно. Отдельные категории имеют льготы по обеспечению лекарствами. Для доступности медицинской помощи в сельской местности расширяется количество передвижных диагностических комплексов, фельдшерских пунктов, развивается концепция «Заботливая поликлиника». Создан республиканский геронтологический центр активного долголетия и в каждой области 7 региональных гериатрических центров. В учреждениях здравоохранения внедрена новая модель школы активного долголетия. Здесь пожилые граждане обучаются вопросам сохранения своего здоровья. Второе – это стимулирование более продолжительной трудовой жизни. В Беларуси с 2017 года постепенно увеличивается пенсионный возраст. В 2022 году он составляет 58 лет для женщин и 63 года для мужчин. За этим шагом увеличение трудового периода жизни, возможность переобучаться, продолжать карьерный рост. В экономике страны после достижения пенсионного возраста продолжает трудиться около 20% от общей численности пенсионеров. Для развития образовательных навыков старшего поколения развивается сеть университетов золотого или третьего возраста. В 2021 году запущен онлайн-университет третьего возраста, который предлагает для пожилых людей возможность учиться дистанционно из любого населенного пункта страны. В системе образования открыта переподготовка педагогов по новой квалификации «Андрогог». Специалист, который разрабатывает образовательные программы с учетом физиологических и психологических особенностей взрослых. Третье – это развитие социального обслуживания. Формы социального обслуживания позволяют охватить каждого нуждающегося пожилого человека. Социальные услуги у нас предоставляют 146 центров социального обслуживания населения и 83 стационарных учреждения. Вместе с тем, все более востребованными становятся социальные услуги на дому, особенно для лиц с деменцией, а также поддержка неформального ухода. Поэтому мы развиваем новые социальные технологии. Это замещающая семья, когда социальные услуги предоставляются в условиях совместного проживания, услуги социальной передышки, дневного присмотра за лицами с деменцией, обучение навыкам ухода членов семьи. Активно привлекаем в эту систему наших партнеров, общественные объединения через государственный социальный заказ. С учетом белорусского опыта видим для Беларуси перспективными следующие направления в декларации Министерской конференции. Развитие адаптивной среды для пожилых людей, внедрение системы долговременного ухода, изменение информационной повестки в отношении пожилых людей. Готовы к сотрудничеству со всеми партнерами в решении проблем старения, как на национальном, так и на международном уровне. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Minister. And I would like to give the floor now to the Minister of Labor, Employment, Veteran and Social Affairs of Serbia, Mrs. Daria Tepavsevic.
Thank you.
Not in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Please, the
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to be here with you and discuss about this very important issue. At the beginning of each speech related to this topic, I used to start with the question, what is the definition of the old person, who is old person, what age is considered to elderly population, and how old is old. And we know that the answer on this question is always very subjective. Once I got the answer which I like the most. One very clever man said to me, old person is someone who is older than you. I think that that is the real true. It's very important to talk about this because it will be our future in a very following period. And like the most of the country in Europe, Serbia has faced with the trend of aging population, with a projection that in next 20 years, about a quarter of population will be older than 65. But our country has achieved significant progress in areas related to the implementation of the Measured Action Plan on Aging, and the perception of older population as a homogeneous population has changed the landscape in our country, and the government and other decision makers have become aware of the heterogeneous nature of this population, and it has become reflected in our strategy direction. Their right to fully participate in the society is recognized as potential to contribute to the development of the society, and they are no longer regarded as the sole reservoir of the social services. Furthermore, it has extended developing policy-driving practices, such as supporting participation of all people in the labor market. Also, the state has adopted several important strategies in which the elderly are recognized. Strategy for the prevention and protection of discrimination, for the improving the position of persons with disability, for the prevention and combating violence against women and domestic violence, for the institutionalization and development of service in community. And all of these strategies are developed through the participation of relevant stakeholders. Also, during the COVID pandemic, the elderly were identified as a high-risk group. Although special protection measures were provided by state authorities, there were numerous examples of well-designed volunteer activities. It was shown that community-based services are a very important segment of formal support for the elderly, especially in the rural areas. And their further development should include expanding the offer, but also increasing their accessibility. Keeping in mind their vulnerability during the pandemic, older community were also prioritized in the vaccination program. Also, civil sector contributed to a significant number of the studies dealing with social exclusion of the elderly, digital gap, violence against the elderly, and some of these studies were conducted with the support of UNFPA and the government of Serbia as well. Keeping in mind all mentioned above, it is clear that Serbia is strongly oriented and inspired to create a sustainable society for all generations, taking into account all relevant facts, including social inclusion, reduce of inequalities, care for the gender and other human rights, health and healthy lifestyle, lifelong learning, and intergenerational cooperation. And finally, today's young is tomorrow's old, so all of us need to fight very hard for the equal rights for the elderly, because that will be our future in the very, very near following period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Federal Minister of Social Affairs, Health Care and Consumer Protection of Austria, Mr. Johannes Rauch. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at first I would like to take the opportunity to thank the UNECE as well as the government of Italy for organizing this important event. Thank you for bringing all us together to discuss aging policies. The period under review was characterized by many challenges. However, we also see important achievements. For decades, Austria has been setting standards with measures for enhancing the quality of life among older persons. Austria's aging policies are based on the Federal Plan for Senior Citizens, Aging and the Future, which was prepared in cooperation with the Federal Senior Citizens Advisory Board. One of the key elements of the plan is to involve older persons in developing these policies. Significant progress could be achieved in all areas of the plan during the period under review. We all agree that social and health matters cannot be addressed separately, as they are closely connected, complementary fields. When talking about health, it is important to address both physical and mental health. In this context, I'd like to mention the Healthy and Active Aging Dialogue. This forum was set up to promote good health in older persons, including social participation, while fostering a positive image of aging. Another major milestone was the second adult protection, which entered into force in 2018. It substantially strengthened the rights of older persons represented by a guardian with the aim of a self-determined and independent life. Even though there have been improvements in the period under review, the care sector remains one of the major challenges of the future. Central issues of concern include a stronger focus on self-determination and personal responsibility, better support to relieve the burden on family members, expansion of services, and uniform standards. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it has become even more evident that loneliness in later life is a growing problem. Austria has therefore taken a number of measures to promote easily accessible offers. In order to fight loneliness, services in the field of education and training, including digital skills, have been supported. We have also worked to foster local community assistance and care networks and reinforced community projects, including support for volunteering activities in this field. However, feeling isolated and lonely has been a widespread phenomenon among older persons, not only during the pandemic. Additional measures will therefore be needed to further ensure social participation and thus social cohesion. Looking to the future, further efforts to adequately protect older persons from discrimination and to combat ageism are necessary. Creating a more positive image of aging and preventing violence will feature prominently on Austria's political agenda on aging policies. Topics such as creating an age-friendly environment, fostering the self-determination and dignity of older persons, especially towards the end of their lives, and providing digital training to older persons will be key aspects of Austria's aging policies. Last but not least, it is important to take action against rising poverty through inflation and to look at the topic of old age poverty, which especially affects older women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And now for our last presentation, before a video message we have to address also, but I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Internally Displaced Persons, Labor, Health and Social Affairs of Georgia, Mr. Zurab Azarashvili. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, It's great honor and pleasure to present national progress towards the implementation of MIPA at the Ministerial Conference on Aging. I would like to express my gratitude to UNECE for more than 10 years of support and cooperation. Georgia has made a significant improvement in protecting the rights, dignity, and independence of older people as a national priority in recent years. The Parliament of Georgia passed the following resolutions promoting implementation of MIPA. The concept of state policy on population aging in Georgia, which defines the country's priorities on aging issues in accordance with the Madrid Action Plan. Also, the action plan of concept of state policy on population aging in Georgia, which represents state policy implementation actions on aging issues at the level of different agencies. In addition, the government is currently coordinating the work on the second upcoming 10 years National Human Rights Strategy of Georgia. One of the key goals in this strategy is to address the rights of older persons. One of the top priorities of the government of Georgia is to recognize the potential of older persons by ensuring high level of access to and quality of the healthcare services for the older population and facilitates their active involvement in the sports and cultural activities. Government established the Universal Healthcare Program, which covers uninsured population completely, including the older persons. The number of patients aged 65 and over benefiting from the UHCP is constantly increasing since 2014. The government of Georgia implemented programs encouraging longer working life and ability to work. Government has provided numerous state programs to promote employment of people of the retirement age who still work in the private sector that are entitled to receive old age state pension. It's notable that the labor force participation rates remain high for the population aged 65 and over. Georgia has made a significant progress in terms of ensuring aging with dignity. The pension system in Georgia consists of 3 stage pillars. The first, universal old age pension system, non-contributory pension system, which plays the role of social assistance for the old age population. The second is funded pension scheme, contributory pension scheme where employees, employers, and state have their contributions. And the third is private pension schemes. The targeted social assistance program remains a primary mechanism for supporting the extremely vulnerable households. Despite taking important steps and measures, we acknowledge that more could be done to ensure harnessing opportunities that come with population aging. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Minister. Now it's time to look at the video message that we have received from the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Russian Federation, Mrs. Olga Batalina.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Важность основных положений Мадридского международного плана действий по проблемам старения сохраняется и сегодня, 2 десятилетия спустя после его принятия. В Российской Федерации забота о людях старшего поколения является государственным приоритетом. Главой государства поставлена задача по увеличению продолжительности и повышению качества жизни россиян. Мы видим, что понятие заботы о старшем поколении трансформируется. Сегодня это не только уход и обеспечение современной, качественной медицинской помощи, но и возможность вести полноценную, интересную, насыщенную жизнь. В первую очередь, среди наших приоритетов сохранение возможностей для занятости граждан пожилого возраста. Трудовое законодательство не устанавливает максимальный возраст для трудоустройства. Запрещена дискриминация по признаку возраста. Пожилой возраст не является основанием для отказа в приеме на работу или прекращения трудовых отношений с работником. При этом законодательством предусмотрены определенные льготы и преимущества для работающих пенсионеров. С каждым годом все большее число граждан старших возрастов вовлекаются в региональные программы и проекты активного долголетия, принятые принятые во всех регионах нашей страны. Региональные программы ориентированы на внедрение новых технологий в сфере охраны здоровья, социальной защиты, пропаганду здорового образа жизни граждан старшего поколения, укрепление социальных коммуникаций, организацию образовательного процесса в третьем возрасте, в том числе в период подготовки к выходу на пенсию. Можно выделить два основных вектора данных программ. Первый нацелен на создание возможностей для реализации потенциала пожилых людей, сохраняющих их активность. Граждане принимают участие в программах по обучению, в том числе компьютерной грамотности, в культурно-досуговых мероприятиях, занятиях спортом, туризмом. Самые востребованные направления – это курсы финансовой, компьютерной грамотности, которые позволяют в том числе защититься от мошенничества. Развивается сеть физкультурно-спортивных клубов с предоставлением возможности их посещения пожилыми людьми бесплатно или на льготной основе. Проводятся занятия рядом с домом для всех желающих по различным видам двигательной активности. Развивается социальный туризм, причем маршруты прорабатываются совместно с пожилыми людьми, с учетом особенностей их здоровья и передвижения. Проводятся виртуальные путешествия, которые позволяют увидеть мир в онлайн-формате пожилым людям, не готовым совершать поездки в силу разных причин. Набирает силы движение серебряного волонтерства. Свыше 100 тысяч серебряных волонтеров вовлечены в повседневные добровольческие практики в нашей стране. Второй вектор программ направлен на поддержку тех пожилых людей, кто полностью или частично утратили способность к самообслуживанию. Система долговременного ухода внедряется в пилотном формате в отдельных субъектах Российской Федерации. В ее основу заложена лучшая мировая практика. В рамках системы долговременного ухода гражданину пожилого возраста или инвалиду в соответствии с уровнем нуждаемости в уходе предоставляются социальные услуги по уходу, направленные на поддержку его состояния здоровья, питания, личной гигиены, мобильности, социального функционирования, включая оказание помощи в организации посильной дневной занятости для поддержания физической активности и когнитивных функций. Кроме того, регионами ведется строительство домов-интернатов нового типа с условиями, приближенными к домашним. Совершенствуется оказание гериатрической и медицинской помощи, создаются специализированные гериатрические центры, проводятся профилактические осмотры пожилых граждан, включая диспансеризацию, в том числе с применением телемедицинских технологий. Одновременно мы развиваем информационные сервисы, упрощающие доступ людям старшего возраста к различным мерам поддержки. В Российской Федерации всеобъемлющее пенсионное обеспечение, когда пенсию, страховую или социальную получают все граждане старше трудоспособного возраста. И теперь для этого не требуется личное присутствие в пенсионном фонде. Достаточно на сайте фонда проверить данные в личном кабинете и отправить подтверждение на назначение пенсии. Кроме того, если гражданин предварительно дает согласие, то при наступлении той или иной жизненной ситуации, например, инвалидности, в личный кабинет на едином сайте государственных услуг ему поступает вся необходимая информация, где и какие меры поддержки он может получить и с какими заявлениями. Это значительно облегчает пожилым людям доступ к социальной помощи. Мы продолжаем совместными усилиями добиваться результатов в вопросе реализации равных возможностей на протяжении всей жизни. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Well, thank you. Please, Azerbaijan, we have asked for the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We wish to exercise our right of reply in connection with the statement of the Minister of Armenia. We would like to express our strongest protest against the provocative sentiment reflected in the speech of the Minister.
Just check the micro, please.
Now you can hear me? So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We wish to express our right of reply in connection to the statement of the Minister of Armenia. We would like to express our strongest protest against the provocative sentiment reflected in the speech of the Minister. This statement has become yet failed attempt to deny the true facts and mislead the international community. It is indeed very regretful that Armenia will use every opportunity and platform for its anti-Azerbaijan propaganda, and this conference is not an exception. The only purpose that Armenia pursues in replicating apparent fabrications, evidenced once again in their speech, is to distort the root cause of the war that it unleashed against Azerbaijan, deny responsibility for the atrocities it committed, falsify history, and sustain territorial claims. The statement made by the delegation of Armenia has become yet a failed attempt to deny the facts and mislead the international community. Hypocritically referring to so-called non-existing Nagorno-Karabakh. First of all, we urge the Armenian delegation to abandon referring to legally non-existing name vis-à-vis the territories of the Republic of Azerbaijan. What is Republic of Armenia calls the Nagorno-Karabakh is the sovereign territories of Azerbaijan, which was under unlawful occupation of Armenia for nearly 3 decades. and any activities in these territories should be agreed and coordinated with the official government of Azerbaijan. While provocatively exploiting this sensitive domain of active aging, Armenia remains silent about a 3-decade-long illegal occupation of Azerbaijan territories, as a result of which around 1 million people in Azerbaijan became refugees and IDPs. Armenia forgets Khojaly genocide, one of the most terrifying tragedies of humankind committed by Armenia against peaceful Azerbaijan people, among whom there were 70 people. Now, the end of the 30-year-long conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan provides a unique window of opportunities for effective regional cooperation in the South Caucasus. The way forward for sustainable social-economic development in Caucasus is to overcome a conflict legacy, embark on building mutually beneficial good neighbor relations in full respect for and compliance with universally agreed norms and principles of the international law. This requires shared vision, joint efforts, responsible behavior, and good faith implementation of commitments vis-à-vis each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll take good note of this declaration, and that will be, of course, be in our minutes. And so, thank you to all countries for their interventions, and although we are a bit behind our schedule, we are looking forward for the next segment of our conference, which will be the keynote address by Mr. Alexander Sidorenko, Senior Advisor of the European Center for Social Welfare and Policy and Research, that will address us on the priorities for aging policies in the UNECE region. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the introduction. Distinguished delegates, Excellencies, I first of all would like to thank the organizers of this conference for this privilege to speak at the plenary of our conference and to answer a few questions related to the subject of my presentation. I don't have the power. My apology for this small technical problem. According to the title of my presentation, Priorities for Policies on Aging in the UNECE region, I will be speaking about past, current, and future. The region of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, abbreviated UNECE, as we all know, is the largest region within the United Nations system of geopolitical grouping. The UNECE region is also the demographically oldest in the world and will remain so until at least the middle of this century. This is illustrated on this slide by one of the demographic indicators, the median age before you. The UNECE region, and especially Europe, is also the cradle of the demographic transition. It is also the birthplace of policy responses to population and individual aging. In modern times, all major milestones of international actions on aging have been linked to the United Nations EC region. Among them, the First World Assembly on Aging, the United Nations Principles for Older Persons, and the Second World Assembly on Aging. 2022 marks the 20th anniversary of the Second World Assembly on Aging, which was held in Madrid, Spain. This year, we are reviewing the progress in the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, which was adopted 20 years ago in the Spanish capital. However, the history of international action on aging goes back more than 20 years. It began 40 years ago in another European capital city, Vienna. In the summer 1982, Vienna hosted the First World Assembly on Aging, which was convened by the United Nations and the government of Austria. The First World Assembly culminated in the adoption of the Vienna International Plan of Action on Aging, the first international policy framework on aging. And along with substantive contemplation, the Vienna Plan included 62 recommendations for action in 7, quote, areas of concern to aging individuals, unquote. The latest history of global aging also began in our region. And the start date was, as we all know, April 2002, and the milestone was the Second World Assembly on Aging, which was convened in Madrid, Spain. The Second World Assembly sought to answer several key questions. First of all, what approaches are needed to seize the opportunities and address the challenges and prevent the challenges of population and individual aging in countries at different stages of the demographic transition? Second, how to balance and reconcile demographic aging and societal development? And third, what comprehensive and sustainable actions should be promoted in traditional areas of concern to older individuals? The Madrid Plan contains objectives and actions formulated in 3 priority directions. The diversity of challenges and opportunities of aging in different parts of the world has prompted the, so to say, regionalization of the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging. Each of the 5 UN regions has developed a regional policy, including our region, UNECE. And that's happened in September 2002 at the Ministerial Conference, the first Ministerial Conference on Aging, which took place in Berlin, Germany. This regional implementation strategy is well known in the UNECE region under the acronym RIS-MIPA, and I'm going to use this acronym with your permission. How has the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action and its RIS-MIPA evolved in the UNECE region? What priorities were set and followed? What implementation goals have been agreed upon and progress made towards them over the 20 years of implementation? Progress in the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action is assessed every 5 years through a review and appraisal exercise. Such an exercise starts at the national level, continues at the regional level, and then moves to the global phase at the United Nations headquarters during the sessions of the Commission for Social Development. In the UNECE region, the regional process culminates in regional ministerial conferences on aging, and here in Rome, we are just for this purpose. Starting with the second review and appraisal, each UNECE ministerial conference, along with the regional theme, has formulated policy goals for the next 5 years of implementation cycle. One of the central tasks of the Rome Conference is to agree on the policy goals for the next 5 years. Examination of the themes and goals agreed at the regional conferences allows to identify the main policy priorities on aging in the UNECE region. A consolidated set of such priorities is presented on this slide. These priorities include development of aging societies, rights, including human, social, economic, cultural, and other rights, active aging, inclusive of health, participation, and security and dignity, intergenerational equity and reciprocity, and lifelong individual development. These priorities are based on the international policy frameworks on aging, the Madrid Plan itself, with the 3 priority directions, the regional implementation strategy for the UNECE region containing 10 commitments, and of course, on the goals set by the all 3 and now the 4th ministerial conferences on aging. Above this short set of priorities, mainstreaming is placed on this slide. While I personally believe that mainstreaming is not a policy goal in itself, it is considered a central approach to translating the agreed policy goals into concrete actions within the policy priorities. And how successful have been these actions? Where are we now, 20 years after the adoption of the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging and RIS-MIPA, and 40 years after the adoption of the Vienna Plan of Action? Have these 20 or even 40 years been years of success or failure? There are no simple answers to these questions, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The reason is that we do not have agreed criteria and tools for assessing the progress of policy action on aging. Shortly after the Second World Assembly on Aging, the United Nations Secretariat in New York produced the guidelines for review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. The guidelines were intended to assist national governments in carrying out a bottom-up review and appraisal exercise. Among the various ideas and models, the guidelines described 3 types of assessment tools. First of all, participatory assessment tools for a bottom-up approach. Second, instrumental or output indicators to calculate the deliverables of national and international programs and plans. And third, outcome indicators to evaluate the impact of policy actions. There is another useful assessment tool, which was quoted today several times, the well-known Active Aging Index. And this index for the fourth review and appraisal of the RIS-MIPA was recommended by the UNECE Secretariat for the current review and appraisal exercise. The use of these tools, as well as bottom-up participatory approach, has so far been obscure. Based on the review and appraisal process, we can tell how far the member states of the United Nations come in implementing the 2 plans of action. The information presented have a small technical problem. The information presented on this slide is taken from the United Nations reports on the review and appraisal exercises. On the left side of the slide are the excerpts from the global reviews and appraisals of the implementation of the Vienna Plan of Action on Aging. On the right side of the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging. The presented information proves that the progress has been limited and uneven. No doubts, there have been numerous achievements, also outlined in the reports of the Secretariat and quoted today by the presentations by the heads of the delegations. Nevertheless, for all these 40 years, the progress in policy actions on aging has been slow. One can suppose that the reason of slow progress are barriers or obstacles to implementation of international policy documents on aging. Such barriers may exist on both national and international level. Moreover, the international policy frameworks themselves, including the Madrid Plan and RIS-MIPA, can have their inherent limitations. At the national level, the barriers to the implementations have been identified in the reports on the implementation of both the Vienna and the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging. Again, the similarities between the barriers to the national implementation of the 2 plans are evident. Barriers to the international implementation process include the following. First of all, it's insufficient coordination. Take into consideration, only 3 professionals work in the United Nations Focal Point on Aging at the Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York. These 3 professionals oversee the global follow-up process of implementation. And the staffing situation at the UNECE no easier. Second, marginal technical support for building national capacity on aging in less developed countries. These days, the technical support is provided primarily by the United Nations Fund for Population Activities, UNFPA. Following the First World Assembly on Aging, the now forgotten UN Trust Fund for Aging had granted substantive support to technical cooperation activities in developing countries and countries in transition. This fund does not exist anymore. One more barrier, very limited analytical capacity of the UN Secretariat to ensure evidence-informed implementation of the international policy documents on aging. To establish a solid evidence base for international action on aging, a permanent database on public policies on aging on the internet was proposed about 20 years ago. This proposal, which is still valid today, received specific support from the Dutch government, but was abandoned during the preparation of the Second World Assembly on Aging. Implementation flaws are also inherent in the international policy frameworks on aging themselves, including the Madrid Plan. None of these documents are legally binding. This means that governments are not responsible for reporting their national implementation progress. And it's particularly admirable that governments in our region do this. Several decades of tireless efforts by non-government organizations, including HelpAge International, and a few committed governments have not so far led to a global consensus on developing a legally binding instrument on aging, such as an international convention. New reality brought new challenges for national and international actions on aging. COVID-19 pandemic and war in Ukraine affect the implementation of the United Nations strategic policy documents, including those on aging, and question the relevance of the current policy approaches to population and individual aging. Never before in human history has aging been a major determinant of the course of epidemic. The pandemic has drawn particular attention to the plight of older persons. Older persons are recognized as the main victims of the new pestilence. The war in Ukraine does not promise to end soon. And again, older persons are among the victims of the atrocities brought by Russian invasion. Unfortunately, there is no mentioning of the war in Ukraine, to the best of my knowledge, in the draft declaration of our conference. The Madrid Plan of Action does have a separate priority issue on older persons in emergency situations. Two objectives are formulated within this priority issue. However, the question is whether the actions formulated 20 years ago are sufficient and adequate to a humanitarian catastrophe unprecedented since the Second World War. In this anniversary year, we must ask several key questions. Are we adequately equipped to meet the traditional and the new challenges of individual and population aging? Have we learned how to utilize the opportunities of aging societies, the opportunities of longevity? Are we ready for a new reality? During this anniversary year, we can try to answer these questions and set an agenda for future action. What can be done? First of all, the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging and its regional implementation strategies need themselves to be scrupulously reviewed and, if necessary, revised. What needs to be added and what should be removed? Reactive efforts to meet the needs of older people must be compensated, or rather complemented, by proactive efforts to adapt the entire society to the demographic transition and build a society for all ages as envisaged by the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging. Persistent measures are needed to promote the life course approach to aging and multi-generational cohesion. Such measures should establish the preventive dimension of policy on aging. A robust preventive dimension is needed for reducing the negative impact of population aging and harnessing the potential of mature societies. Corresponding priority and measures are proposed in the draft declaration of our conference. The world must be provided with a clear vision and practical tools for adjusting to the demographic transition. In essence, the policy of aging could be replaced by the policy of and for longevity. Second action, establishment of a respected, financially sound and professionally operated agency to coordinate and support the policy of longevity. Such an agency will provide evidence-based and fine-tuned policy options that are tailored to specific priorities of an individual country. This will help national implementation move from a know-what policy, that is, the recommendations of international policy documents, to a know-how policy, which means applying concrete, verified, and pre-evaluated, ex-ante assessed policy measures. There will be a place for artificial intelligence approaches here. Perhaps such an agency could be considered at the UNECE region with its immense research potential and policy experience. Third action, development and adoption of international convention on older age rights. A sound perspective should be given to an international legally binding instrument on aging, a long-awaited convention. The new reality demands change in our thinking and action. The 20th anniversary of the Madrid Plan of Action offers a pretext for thoughtful analysis and revision of actions on aging, not only reviewing. The ongoing fourth review and appraisal will help identify the gaps and decide on the future priorities. We need a change in our approaches to building a society for all ages. 20 years after the Madrid Assembly, in a new reality. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sidorenko. We'll have a request from Russian Federation. Please take the floor. And just ask you to be very brief. We are so behind schedule. Please.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Уважаемые коллеги, мы не хотели бы задерживать продолжение нашей важной дискуссии, однако сочли необходимым попросить слова в связи с теми ремарками, которые только что прозвучали в ходе презентации. Мы хотели бы обратить внимание, что вызов в решении проблем старения возник не в феврале 2022 года, а гораздо раньше, 8 лет назад, когда власти Киева прекратили выплату пенсий, социальных пособий и прочих мер поддержки пожилым людям на территории Донбасса. Для вашего сведения, по состоянию на конец 2020 года, то есть в самый разгар пандемии, на территории Донбасса были зарегистрированы и проживали более 300 тысяч пенсионеров. Это люди, которые положили свой труд на процветание Украины. И власти Киева отказали им в получении пенсий. Эти люди были вынуждены на протяжении многих лет добиваться и изыскивать пути получения тех денег, которые они заработали своим трудом. В этой связи я не собираюсь комментировать специальную военную операцию России на Украине. Я хочу просто обратить внимание на то, что конфликт и его последствия привели к проблемам со старением не сейчас, а гораздо раньше. Благодарю вас.
Thank you, and we'll take note of this declaration. And now we are very, very behind the schedule, and our proposal is that we could make a break at this stage. We'll have, as you probably recall, we have a side event during the coffee break, which will be the opening of the poster exhibition. And in the meantime, I would like to propose that we come back at 12 o'clock sharp for our first expert panel of this day. Thank you so much, and have a nice coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, well done so far.
Well, a little bit late.
And I'm very pleased to moderate this first expert panel on the key elements of a life course approach to active aging. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I do want to thank Vitalia and her staff from the UNECE, as well as to thank Italy that is hosting this event. I think it's particularly appropriate that the country with the oldest population in this region is the host for the event. So thank you very much for your hospitality. I also want to say, I think on behalf of my colleagues from Canada and the United States, that we are very pleased to be the most Western countries in Europe and to be part of this family of countries who have different contexts and aspirations and backgrounds. It's much like being part of an extended family. And I must say I know quite a lot about extended families. My mother was one of 9 siblings, and our family reunions were events that had much conversation and discussion and grievance and always, always good food. So I think that debates and disagreements are part of how groups work together and about how we move forward. We won't always agree, as is clear from the events leading up to today and to today, but we need to work it out, not least of which is because the costs of opting out of the family are very high. So I'm going to begin with a challenge for all of us, not just those of us on the panel, but all of us here. And that is, when we sit down tonight at our family dinner, I'd like each of us to turn to the person beside them and say, this is one area in which I am going to take immediate action on aging. So let us begin. The first theme in the draft declaration, tabled for adoption tomorrow, and that frames our discussion this morning, is that we commit to promote active and healthy aging throughout life. There are many items on the list specifying the ways in which we will do this. All have remained through what I know have been lengthy debates that have resulted in this declaration. But they cannot be addressed by each of us all at once. Cabinet ministers responsible for specific government departments must set priorities, while members of civil society organizations or the private sector often are grounded in specific issues that contribute to the overall objectives of this session. The declaration comes from governments, yet all of us have a stake in its translation to action. Public sector, private sector, civil society, researchers, and every one of us who is aging. I would like to make 2 points about the theme of this panel and some areas for action before I introduce you to our panel members. The first point seems an obvious one, and that is that the commitment made in this theme is based in life course. We all know that lives evolve over what we hope is a long sweep of life. We know, too, that the diversities we see among older persons arise from the accumulation of advantage and disadvantage across people's lives. We must decide, however, which of these diversities are unfair and must be addressed urgently, and how we will do that. So, how do we begin? I would argue that we start with evidence that life courses are not singular, but have several pathways. We have a lot of knowledge, for example, on how physical and mental health diverge across the life course, leading in big differences in risk of disease and healthy life expectancy. But other life course pathways also have powerful impacts on well-being in later life. Family life courses are one of these. We talk of how families have changed, but I think we really don't have the knowledge we need to understand the ways in which families have changed and how over their family life courses, family lives of older adults diverge. There's a national NGO in Canada called the Vanier Institute of the Family. That organization has developed a framework for how we might look at families and how they change over the life course. It has 3 elements. The first is that we might look at family structure. That's the ways we are related to each other. The laws in each of our countries determine who can marry, who can divorce, who can inherit family assets, who is responsible to care. These laws have been developed and changed over the life courses of people who are now old and have shaped their family relationships. We also can look at families and the work they do and how they divide up the paid work and unpaid work within the family. I don't think we know enough about how people, for example, who have had precarious employment lives might be the ones who are designated to do most of the family care. And finally, we have family identities, the ways in which the world looks at particular families or they see themselves. What might it be like for an older person in a family that has always been seen as a farming family, now to be seen as a refugee family? We similarly see evolution in life courses of paid work in the lives of older people. We know something about how people are engaged in the labor force. There's been much interest in Europe in extending working lives. I think much interest as well in understanding for whom a longer working life is an advantage and for whom it may be a disadvantage. What of those who have worked in hard physical jobs and find that working becomes more difficult? What of those whose working lives have been precarious? I think it's time to pay more attention to that rather large group of society who have never been in the paid labor force, but always in the informal economy, and how paid and unpaid workers, mostly women, are the backbone of the care economy, and whose life courses of care may result in deep exclusion. The second is that we know that context matters. The settings in which one ages and with whom frame the everyday opportunities in our lives. That's why we see an item on the life course theme to create more age-friendly environments. We need to think about things like how the digitalization of our lives creates people who are included and not included. All of us, I think, during the pandemic, certainly people like me who live in rural communities, have had experience of broadband internet that is not available and how it excludes us. And finally, we must remind ourselves that the broadest of age-friendly contexts are those values and beliefs, ageism, sexism, familism, that are the backdrop for the policies and practices that we create. These days, they are often implicit, but they are powerful drivers of how lives unfold. So then, what are the concrete policy measures to ensure full enjoyment of human rights that we will take in response to this challenge to promote active and healthy aging across the life course? I would submit that having a vision focuses our attention, but it's taking action that changes lives. I leave these issues in the hands of our panelists. I'd like to introduce each of them now and then ask them to make their comments in the order in which you see their names on the program. The first panelist is Elena Bonetti, who is the Minister for Equal Opportunities and Family of Italy and our host for this session. Welcome, Minister Bonetti.
Thank you very much.
The second is Christy Moreal, who is the Vice President of the Walloon Government, Minister for Employment, Training, Health, Social Action, Equal Opportunities, and Women's Rights. Welcome, Minister. The third is Mr. Dan Juvan, who's the Secretary of State for Labor, Family, Social Affairs, and Equal Opportunities of Slovenia. You will notice that each of these ministers has portfolios in social and economic areas. We also have two representatives from NGO and private sector, Mr. Kieran Rabaru, who's the chair of the steering group of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Older Persons. Kieran. And Arno Elmer, who's the managing director of Be Home Germany, a company that provides technologies for homes to support older people. I'm going to ask each of the panelists, please, to make their short presentations, and then I will welcome questions from the floor and further discussion among us. Minister Bonetti, please.
Grazie, ringrazio la direttrice Keating per l'introduzione a questo primo panel che ha come focus la promozione dell'invecchiamento attivo e sano durante tutto l'arco della vita delle persone, un tema che sta diventando sempre più centrale nelle agende politiche dei nostri paesi, in particolare anche dell'Italia. Il tema dell'invecchiamento della popolazione, in particolare quello relativo all'invecchiamento attivo, è di significativa importanza nel nostro Paese anche a causa del decremento del tasso di natalità, comune in realtà a molti paesi dell'area UNECE, e che trova la sua specularità nel crescente processo di invecchiamento della popolazione, una combinazione che rischia di essere pericolosa se non accompagnata da una costruzione di positiva relazione tra le generazioni, che necessita quindi di un'attenzione particolare e di interventi a breve e a lungo termine che ormai non sono più rinviabili. Se ad un effetto positivo dell'aumento delle politiche per la salute e la sanità delle persone, le persone oggi hanno un'aspettativa di vita maggiore, altrettanto non corrisponde invece un aumento della popolazione più giovane, che anche in qualche modo deve contribuire a costruire politiche di welfare anche per la cura e la valorizzazione della generazione più anziana. La pandemia non ha rallentato il processo di invecchiamento della società italiana. Noi abbiamo un'età media oggi della società italiana di 46 anni, gli ultra 65 anni, per dare alcuni dati, sono arrivati a rappresentare il 23,5% della popolazione, mentre gli ultra ottantenni sono attualmente il 7,6% del totale. È un indice di vecchiaia salito al 183,3 nel 2021 e l'Italia con questo indice è attualmente lo Stato membro di UNECE con la più alta percentuale di over 65. L'aspettativa di vita in Italia ha raggiunto gli 83,4 anni, 81 anni per le donne, per gli uomini, scusate, 85,6 per le donne, e quasi 2 anni e mezzo in più rispetto alla media degli altri paesi UNECE. Questo ovviamente è un dato in sé positivo, a cui invece purtroppo non corrisponde un tasso di fecondità, di natalità, che ha con un'altrettanta visione, siamo agli ultimi posti nell'area europea. Questi fattori, i due fattori combinati, ovviamente impongono al nostro governo un'azione concertata per favorire politiche che davvero sostengano un'integrazione, una reciprocità dei rapporti tra le generazioni, per sostenere, per promuovere un invecchiamento attivo che contrasti le conseguenze che sono invece potenzialmente negative per quelli che sono gli ambiti dello standard di vita, il welfare, l'occupazione, il sistema previdenziale e conseguentemente il tema anche di sostenibilità economica per il nostro Paese. A livello nazionale noi oggi abbiamo una legislazione che assegna particolarmente ai livelli territoriali delle regioni le politiche, la definizione delle politiche sull'invecchiamento attivo. Il livello nazionale invece è chiamato a fare un'azione di coordinamento. Sul livello regionale abbiamo una significativa presenza di richiamo sul tema dell'invecchiamento attivo, inserito tra l'altro tra le politiche pubbliche almeno in 17 regioni. 10 regioni, che sono gli enti amministrativi territoriali, hanno anche promulgato una legge specifica su questo tema. È chiaro che questo rappresenta una presa in carico delle politiche pubbliche del tema. Quello che oggi riteniamo essere la sfida sulla quale come Paese camminare per consolidare e rafforzare questo intervento è non solo strutturare un coordinamento fattivo a livello nazionale, ma in qualche modo andare a elaborare anche una legge quadro di riferimento anche per le azioni regionali. È quindi un tema di valorizzazione positiva del contributo importante che le persone anziane possono esprimere attraverso la loro identità, attuando un progetto di vita che sempre di più deve essere accompagnato nei nostri paesi nella transizione anche delle età generazionali della vita di una persona, e quindi favorire una partecipazione allo sviluppo socio-economico, culturale del nostro intero Paese. È un tema che ovviamente ulteriormente reso urgente dai processi di transizione che le nostre società stanno affrontando. Cito in particolare quella della transizione digitale e della costruzione di una cittadinanza digitale che non può escludere la popolazione più anziana, quindi anche su questo diciamo da un lato sfruttare le opportunità che arrivano da questo processo di digitalizzazione, ma lavorare sulla competenza delle persone anziane proprio per poter essere accompagnate in questa direzione. In particolare abbiamo portato avanti un importante progetto di coordinamento nazionale multilivello sulle politiche dell'invecchiamento attivo, che coinvolge diversi soggetti e diversi stakeholder che ha l'obiettivo di costruire reti di stakeholder di settore, redarre rapporti, quindi un monitoraggio annuale della situazione anche delle politiche nazionali e regionali su questo tema, e conseguentemente andare a individuare attraverso delle raccomandazioni politiche finalizzate per migliorare la situazione. È un lavoro che è stato portato avanti in questo triennio, che ha costituito per noi un'importante occasione per favorire una maggiore consapevolezza da parte dell'intero Paese sulla capacità degli anziani e sul ruolo strategico che hanno nelle nostre comunità, soprattutto avendo la pandemia, lo abbiamo già ricordato, evidenziato quelle nuove fragilità che richiedono diverse ulteriori modalità per salvaguardare e sostenere politiche e strategie di promozione di invecchiamento che soddisfino i bisogni e le necessità nuove che stanno emergendo, ma che nello stesso tempo sappia soddisfare e valorizzare pienamente quella caratteristica di inclusività, di resilienza e di sostenibilità che è quella che noi auspichiamo si possa costruire davvero con grande determinazione proprio in questa nuova fase.
Thank you very much.
Ok, je continue pour la partie francophone de la Belgique, en tout cas la Wallonie. Le gouvernement au sein duquel je suis active travaille à faire de la région une société qui soit plus inclusive et où les droits fondamentaux des aînés et des Wallons sont respectés et au sein duquel ils peuvent poursuivre le parcours de vie dans la dignité et dans la plus grande sérénité possible. Les citoyennes et les citoyens âgés doivent être au cœur des préoccupations des services qui mettent tout en œuvre pour garantir le développement et leur épanouissement selon leurs besoins, leurs ressources et les aspirations des uns et des autres. On sait que vieillir est inéluctable et si je devais paraphraser Simone de Beauvoir qui disait « vivre, c'est vieillir, rien de plus », je pense qu'on doit considérer que vieillir, c'est aussi continuer à vivre et bien vivre, rien de moins. Et c'est aussi une ambition politique noble de mettre en place les conditions nécessaires d'un vieillissement qui soit plus harmonieux dans une société, il est vrai, où la richesse n'est pas toujours évaluée à la qualité des échanges entre les êtres humains. Que les seniors désirent rester chez eux, aller en long ou en court séjour en institution, notre responsabilité collective, c'est de pouvoir offrir des alternatives de qualité qui correspondent au mieux à leur situation personnelle et à leurs envies. En ce compris, et c'est un point d'attention qui tient à cœur mon action, c'est la prise en compte de leur vie affective et sexuelle et de leur fin de vie affective et sexuelle, chacun selon ses orientations, mais aussi pour la fin de vie. Vous savez que la Belgique a fêté ses 20 ans de loi de l'euthanasie, et donc cette possibilité est également offerte à chacun, quel que soit son âge, en fonction de sa situation. Alors, différentes actions ont été amorcées pour une politique globale des aînés en Wallonie autour d'un axe principal, celui du choix de sa propre place dans la société selon ses envies et besoins, en respectant la dignité de chacun. Des actions avaient également été entreprises avant la crise Covid pour développer des méthodes de gestion institutionnelle qui soient beaucoup plus alternatives, pour renforcer à la fois l'encadrement, pour qu'il soit plus nombreux, et offrir aussi de meilleures conditions de travail au personnel qui travaille dans des conditions qui sont souvent pénibles et qui ne sont pas valorisées financièrement à leur juste contribution à la société. Alors, dans un contexte démographique que vous connaissez, de la population qui va quelque part faire changer la pyramide des âges de manière beaucoup plus différente, comme ça a été évoqué par ma collègue italienne, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé a proposé, vous le savez, depuis le début de ce siècle, un cadre d'orientation qui vise au vieillissement actif et qui a diffusé un guide mondial pour les villes amies des aînés. Pour faire participer les aînés aux prises de décision et à l'élaboration des politiques, nous avons lancé une démarche Wallonie Amis des aînés, qui soutient une participation plus effective des aînés pour qu'ils soient à la fois consultés, mais aussi qu'ils soient impliqués tout au long de la démarche, avec une vision du vieillissement qui va sortir du cadre de l'approche déficitaire, pathologique, médico-centrée, en proposant plutôt des domaines d'action ou des thématiques qui élargissent les regards sur la manière dont on souhaite vivre aux différentes étapes de notre vie, et une approche enfin qui vise à rompre les silos de l'action publique. Pour le secteur résidentiel, j'ai soutenu la philosophie d'un modèle qui était assez inspirant de gestion d'origine scandinave qui donne en fait une place beaucoup plus importante à la gestion participative, que ce soit celle des résidents ou que ce soit celle du personnel. Du personnel d'entretien, en passant par les soignants, en passant par le personnel administratif, de pouvoir travailler ensemble à la co-construction de la manière dont on envisage le bien vivre ensemble et la vie communautaire, tout en respectant les choix des individus et des personnes qui sont présentes. Et donc ils sont consultés, ils sont impliqués. On sort là d'un rôle exclusif aussi de soignant et d'une institution qui est centrée sur le soin, pour tendre vers celui d'accompagnement en se consacrant davantage sur les contacts sociaux et sur les activités. Et donc, réinventer le système d'accompagnement des aînés, c'est faire en sorte qu'il corresponde mieux aux attentes des adultes âgés, tout en tenant compte de la vie en communauté et de l'histoire de vie de chaque personne. Je crois que c'est un des véritables enjeux que je dois soutenir et que nous soutenons. Alors, les aînés sont effectivement encore trop régulièrement sujets à des attitudes négatives, voire à des comportements qui sont vécus comme des maltraitances. Une agence de lutte contre la maltraitance des seniors est exclusivement dédiée à cette problématique. Toute atteinte à la dignité humaine est inacceptable et ses conséquences peuvent évidemment être dramatiques en termes de santé et de séquelles psychologiques à long terme. À Malmande, on a tenu des groupes de travail et on a essayé de changer le paradigme. Plutôt que de s'occuper de la maltraitance, on a mis tous les acteurs ensemble en disant, mais au fond, comment est-ce qu'on peut envisager la question de la prise en charge des personnes dans des services résidentiels autour de la bientraitance? Qu'est-ce qui fait en sorte de pouvoir répondre à leurs demandes? Ce n'est pas uniquement d'avoir un encadrement avec du personnel de qualité. C'est aussi bien manger, c'est aussi choisir ses activités, c'est aussi ne pas être infantilisé. Et donc j'espère que ces résultats-là vont nous permettre de pouvoir évoluer et sortir un peu du cadre qui est relativement rigide et finalement assez similaire, en tout cas si je compare à l'ensemble des pays voisins de la Belgique. Un projet proposé dans le cadre de la programmation du Fonds social européen a aussi pour ambition de renforcer les connaissances et les compétences des professionnels des structures d'hébergement et d'accueil des aînés pour les sensibiliser aussi à la question des stéréotypes autour des personnes âgées, à l'agisme et à ses conséquences sur les attitudes de comportement des soignants au quotidien. Et je pense que mon voisin aura l'occasion de développer cet aspect-là mieux que moi. L'intérêt croissant pour la silver economy reflète le défi du vieillissement. Il peut aussi être appréhendé comme porteur d'opportunités, mieux vieillir pour le plus grand nombre, mais aussi en termes d'innovation technologique et sociale et de développement économique. Et donc, il s'agit non seulement d'une offre de produits et de services spécifiques pour les seniors, mais aussi de pouvoir adapter des solutions généralistes aux besoins du plus grand nombre en intégrant le défi politique et social d'une meilleure prise en compte des besoins des seniors et de leur rôle d'acteurs dans la société. Une action en cours, c'est l'organisation d'une large concertation prospective qui va inclure les acteurs du secteur et des représentants des associations des aînés. La finalité étant de pouvoir disposer d'un plan d'action pour développer la silver economy dans ma région, s'appuyant sur les compétences des ministres de l'économie et de la santé. La crise sanitaire a aussi mis dramatiquement en évidence, comme ça a été évoqué, la vulnérabilité de certaines personnes, les personnes sans abri, mais aussi les personnes les plus âgées de notre société, ou bien encore les personnes en situation de handicap. J'ai donc initié, dans le cadre du plan de relance européen dont la Belgique a reçu une partie des montants, développer des projets innovants, comme un projet qui vise à soutenir le maintien à domicile des personnes qui sont en perte d'autonomie, en essayant de travailler sur un équipement comme on appelle l'e-santé, qui leur permettent d'avoir des dispositifs de téléassistance intelligente et bien plus large que ce qui existait jusqu'à présent, et un projet de création aussi de logements publics et d'habitat solidaire où on va sortir du cadre, on va être dans l'alternatif des choses, des habitats intergénérationnels avec des personnes aussi en situation de handicap, mais aussi des plus jeunes. Et puis, le plan de relance wallon a mis l'ambition de garantir des politiques qui ne créent ni ne renforcent les inégalités entre les hommes et les femmes. Et donc, la dimension du genre est aussi un des points d'attention. Et donc, on les soumet automatiquement à l'analyse du Conseil wallon pour l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. Voilà, je me réjouis évidemment de pouvoir échanger avec vous et de pouvoir m'inspirer de bonnes pratiques et de projets innovants sur le sujet. Je voulais également vous dire que je suis évidemment ravie de pouvoir mener cette conférence dans ce qui est sans doute la plus belle ville du monde. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mrs. Keating, dear panelists, Minister Bonetti, and all participants, and thanks also to the organizers of this event and all the workers that made this happen. I thank you for your invitation and the opportunity to participate in this conference on aging. You have marked 20 years since the adoption of the Madrid International Plan on Aging and its regional implementation strategy. Some of you sitting here were already involved in the preparation and adoption of these documents 20 years ago, while I was still being cared for in a big part by my dear grandmother and grandfather. It is also because of this that I understand and respect the contributions of older people to my life and to society at large. The word solidarity means a lot to us. In the context of an aging population, it means that the people that helped to create this society have the right and the ability to enjoy and participate in it. not to be aliens in the world they helped to create. We believe that the conditions for this are firstly material: decent jobs, decent pensions, accessible help, inclusive infrastructure, and universal public services. Aging and the needs of older people should not become the part of the market. Needs of older people should not become a source of profit. If the basic infrastructure of solidarity is established, social inclusion, autonomy of older people, and their general well-being will be much easier to achieve. We have to also address old age poverty and intergenerational transmission of poverty, and include the questions of gender, education, and work into today's policies aimed at addressing the issues of the aging population. If we talk about active and healthy aging and participation of older people, we have to talk critically about work. Too many times, exploitation on the labor market ruins people's health. We need to therefore create decent jobs, safe and healthy work environments, and allow people to retire without stigmatization. We are therefore not willing to support the lifting of the retirement age, not while we are facing big levels of precarization and an overworked population. People that want to work should be allowed, but nobody should be forced. No exploitation of older persons on one hand, and no discrimination for those who want to work on another. For this to work, we need decent minimum pensions, social benefits that do not contribute to the intergenerational transmission of poverty, long-term care as a public and universal service, accessible home assistance, good public health care, existence of alternatives that are not institutions, and inclusion and solidarity with older people. As you may know, a new government has just been appointed in Slovenia, and this government is committed to actively address population aging and the challenges it brings. In our program, we have highlighted the importance of intergenerational alliances, active and dignified aging, and better access to public services, especially in the area of long-term care. This is precisely why we will also establish a new ministry for a solidary future, which will be based on the importance of intergenerational cooperation and solidarity and the realization of human rights at all stages of life. We want to ensure that everyone has the possibility to live in dignity, to age actively, and to participate fully in society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kieran Ribeiro. I wear several hats, including being a geriatric physician and specializing in older folks. But today I'm here because it's personal, and I'm going to make it personal for each of you today. This is not about someone out there. This is about you and your loved ones. Today, this is the youngest and the healthiest that you will probably be. Tomorrow will be a day older and may not be as healthy as today. So this is personal. Now, I'm going to start by asking you to look to your left and look to your right. And the bad news is that, one, if you have a neighbor sitting next to you, you're in good luck, because 1 out of the 3 of you will probably have dementia by the time you get to 80 years of age. So that's the bad news. The good news is it probably won't be you, it'll be whoever's sitting next to you. And if you believe what I just said, welcome to the world of denial. Denial is supreme. I also want to start by giving you a couple of very important facts. Ageism is rampant. The economic impact of ageism in a very large study in the US was shown to be $63 billion per year just in healthcare costs alone. The largest study of the impact of ageism on healthcare showed 96% of the studies done globally with 7 million people resulted in poor outcomes due to ageism, mostly mental health and depression. This is a wake-up call. It's not about someone out there, it's about everyone in this room as well. Now, there is a lot of wisdom, experience, expertise in this room, and a large sphere of influence. I'm hoping that by the end of the next few minutes, I will change your hearts and minds, if you're not already converted, to do something that you can do to make a difference. Now, we have not come very far. Never in history have we seen our population age so rapidly, non-homogeneously, and perceived as a burden. 1.5 billion people will be over the age of 65 by the year 2050. 20% of them, at least, will have some mental health condition, a serious one. For decades, older people globally have had their human rights being violated, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Older people have been left behind, voiceless, invisible, and expendable. Their basic needs have been ignored, neglected, or dismissed. Human rights are foundational entitlements for every human being. They don't expire when you get to be 60 or 65. Ageism is the way we think, the way we feel, and the way we behave. It is well and alive. According to the WHO report, at least 1 in 2 people in the world are ageist. It has multiple intersections, especially, I want to highlight today, with disability and mentalism or discrimination against people with disabilities and people with mental health conditions, which are often invisible themselves. This results in human pain and suffering. But these are not measured upstream. They're only measured downstream with the number of infections every day, the number of hospitalizations every day, the number of ICU beds occupied every day, and how much they're draining our resources every day. Now, all of this bias is mostly unconscious. It's implicit. No one wakes up in the morning, I know I don't, to say, I'm going to work today and I'm going to let 20 people die under my shift who are old. Nobody thinks that way, but we do. That's what we do in every sphere of life. Just think about that for a minute. In your life, where do you do that? There is no health without mental health. Health and mental health are fundamental human rights, indispensable to exercise enjoyment of every other human right. I call it the wild card, and it can happen to any of us. It happened to me last year when I had 2 major subdural hematomas. I almost died twice, and I am now over 65, and I felt the effect of ageism in my own hospital in Ottawa, at the Ottawa hospital where I work, from my own colleagues. They said, you're old, that's why you have a subdural hematoma. I said to them, listen, yesterday I was in your shoes working probably twice as hard as you, taking good care of my patients. Okay. That is partly ageism. Sadly, but not surprisingly, mental disorders remain one of the top 10 leading healthcare-related burdens in the world. Mental health systems have functioned in crisis for decades. No net reduction in the associated burden has been seen in 30 years. Excellent paper just published a couple of months ago to show that. Mental illness accounts for 18% of the global disease burden, with the projected annual US cost of $6 trillion by the year 2030. So we must focus on scarce resources to create a paradigm shift that emphasizes upstream interventions before people get sick. We know people who are at risk. We know how to manage it. We have plenty of data, but it's not being implemented. This transformation must converge on innovative, evidence-based strategies for prevention of these conditions, promotion of mental health, maintenance, and reduction of the impact of psychosocial disability. As well, effective and timely treatment programs for those who are actually living with those conditions. Let me talk for a minute about the monumental gaps that exist in our system. First is access. Access to physical, mental, social, and end-of-life care. Access to justice, transportation, safe and inclusive living options, lifelong learning, just to name a few. Women, older women are particularly affected by a lot of this. Protection against elder abuse. Yesterday was World Elder Abuse Day. Financial insecurity, abetting the digital divide and climate change. And finally, exclusion from research and collection of meaningful, disaggregated data. Makes no sense to put them all together between 65 and 150. That makes no sense. These are critical elements that are relied upon by governments, by institutions, corporations, and others to create the current unfair and unjust ageist policies and laws. This lack of access and protection, current policies of exclusion constitute, in my mind, blatant abuse of fundamental human rights. They have seriously eroded older people's dignity, their autonomy and independence, and a huge cost in health and financial cost to us. These have to stop. And we in this room have the ability to make that happen. Do not leave this room unless you have some change in your heart and mind about ageism, and then pass it on to others. Just a quick word on healthy aging. Contrary to popular belief and despite evidence of declining physical and cognitive function, older people they have higher self-ratings of successful aging. Science-based enhancements for successful aging include calorie restriction, physical exercise, cognitive stimulation, social stimulation and support, and optimization of stress management strategies. One thing that's often not talked about is wisdom. Wisdom is a highly protective and complex human trait, which tends to increase with active aging. Early and aggressive recognition and treatment of illness before they get very sick is important. And I will just wrap up by saying, what we permit, we promote. If we permit and thereby promote violations of human rights of older people today, it is guaranteed to impact us all tomorrow. These precious rights must be valued and protected. So, in conclusion, nothing will change without having standards and enforcement mechanisms at the national and international level. A United Nations Convention for the Rights of Older Persons would ensure success of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, which is at the moment just a figment of our imagination. I encourage all NGOs in the room to join GARP, the Global Alliance for the Rights of Older People, and our Age with Rights campaign. Use our resources online to make this movement a global movement. Please talk to people, write to your governments, elected officials, and demand that these are your rights and the rights of your loved ones. I want to finish by asking you to do something for me. I'd like you all to stand just by your seat, please. If you can. If you can't do it, that's fine. Thank you. Now, please sit down again. Thank you. Now, I would like you to just try standing up, but don't do it. Just try standing up. Now, you see, just a second ago, when I asked you to stand and you wanted to do it, you could do it in a flash. But when you just try, it never happens. So my point is, don't just try when you go home or leave the room today, just do it. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Dear ministers, delegates, dear all. I'm proud and honored about the invitation to this conference. Mi chiamo Arno. My name is Arno Elmer. I'm founder and managing director of Be Home, a company located in Berlin, enable older people to stay as long as possible at home. And beneath that, I'm professor at the FOM University since more than 10 years, with a focus on digitalization and health economics. Since more than 10 years, I'm talking every week to students coming from hospitals, from doctors' offices, from inpatient or outpatient care organizations, from health insurances, and so on. And the situation is getting more and more worse every year. In Germany, more than 50%, in Germany, more than 50% of the people are older than 45 years. In a few years, more than 50% are older than 50 years. So we are talking, by the way, not about a minority in our society, we're talking about a majority in our society. And by the way, I'm 55 years old. Fortunately, I belong to the majority. As already mentioned today, one approach to maybe solve this crucial or this very difficult situation is a collaboration model, meaning to improve the situation and the opportunities for elderly people at work or in regard to their cultural participation and social life, and at or from home. Collaboration needs information. And it is, from my point of view, more than overdue to use digital solutions you are all using here at this moment, to use digital solutions to improve the communication within such collaborative models. Aging, first of all, takes place at home. And what is true for more or less everyone here in the room, we all want to stay as long as possible lucky and safe in our well-known, loved homes and trusted environment. With this goal, we have several projects now in Germany, combining two important issues and already existing elements. First, millions of people and a big number of organizations that are willing to help and support not only their parents or relatives, but elderly people. Professional care providers, volunteer organizations, governments, healthcare providers, and the real estate industry, by the way, tenants and friends, cities and IT companies. This is the one issue. The second is, or are the possibilities of already existing useful digital tools, hardware, sensors, software, that can easily be used by elderly people at home and also by the network to improve their quality at home, the quality at life at home. Digital and useful, that means useful for the actual and real needs of elderly people, and usable also for people with declining motoric or cognitive abilities. On the other hand, our daily experience is don't underestimate older people in regard to their interest and ability to use digital tools. With the help of organizations like the BAXO, or the German Ministry for Families and Seniors, we are realizing several projects in Germany, all based on the willingness of regional partners and networks and easy-to-use digital solutions. Digital cannot substitute a warm hand, but can deliver an important contribution, bringing together people with people. And I'm very happy that the EU has reached today an important milestone, also to strengthen national initiatives. Now it's up to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, panelists. Because our session is running rather over time, I am going to take the liberty of pointing out what I see are some of the life course conversations in each of your talks, and then I will encourage you to talk to our panelists over lunch and continue the conversation, because I think it's been fascinating how we come together but also diverge on the way in which we've talked about issues that are relevant to life course. Minister Bonetti, I took from your comments a real interest in reciprocity between generations, and that as generations grow older, the ways in which our relationships are reciprocal must change. There's a particular urgency to your conversation because you have such an old population. And so the solutions I expect in Italy might be rather different than in some countries in the region where generations are of different sizes and relationships. Minister Morial, I see in your presentation a real concern about how people over their life course can become marginalized, and an interest and actions and interventions around things like public housing for those who are poorly housed, and gender discrimination, and tools to help those who are remote from services. So that kind of life course issue, which clearly is an important one. Minister Yuvan, I think your comments and from your particular generational perspective were very astute and interesting. You talked about solidarity between generations, and certainly there's been a lot of conversation about generational tension and divide, and so it's really gratifying to hear the way you've talked about how decent jobs and pensions and services need to be available to people, and that we need to think about inclusion rather than foster exclusion. It's not easy to do, but I think having that attitude is really important. Mr. Roberu, what I took from your talk, many things, but one of the things that's really interesting is your comment about human rights don't expire. So if we're thinking about people across their life courses, and one of them has a medical emergency, how is it that his human rights seem to somehow expire from yesterday to today? It was a very dramatic example of how, and I think often the examples are more implicit than that, but that we really need to be vigilant about those. And finally, Mr. Elmer, I think your work in technology really does relate very closely to our whole idea about aging at home or aging in place. You didn't use the words, but I think what you're talking about in the technology that your company delivers is making the place where you're aging the right place to grow older, and that there are ways we can do that that are available to us now that simply weren't available to us a few years ago. So I want to thank all of the panelists. I think they've each raised interesting and important questions for us that as we think about life courses, what is it we celebrate, where do we intervene, and how can we, in fact, act upstream, as Mr. Roberu has said, so that we're not always having to try to make things better after they're not better. Thank you all. It's been a very stimulating session. I'll look forward to continuing our conversations. And don't forget about that family dinner tonight. I expect to hear you all talking about actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A few housekeeping announcements from my side. As we have run late during the session so far, we will be extending the lunch break to 14:45. So all of you who will now be joining the side events, which will start on time at 13:15, will have half an hour for lunch afterwards. So do not worry. But we ask you to please come back promptly for 14:45. Thank you very much, and enjoy the lunch break, enjoy the discussions, and enjoy the side events.
digesting what was a fantastic and delicious food. But I think what we have in front of us, it's a very, very important agenda. So if you can make sure that you are concentrated and hear what the speakers have to say today, because it's important that we make change and action on long-term care. So the session is entitled Ensuring Access to Long-Term Care and Support for Care Workers. And I have with me, and I will introduce them later, but just to mention their name, we have from my right to the left, we have Stacy, we have Ernst, we have Vincenzo, we have Claudia, and we have Maria. So they will be part of the panel, but allow me just to say a few words of introduction. And I will start by really looking back at what happened, what we have lived in the past 2.5 to 3 years, the reason why we have not seen in person or talk to each other really on a contact basis in the past months and years, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you know, the impact of COVID-19 has been devastating on the long-term care sector. And I repeat it has been really devastating. And in a way, it's a revealer, it's an eye-opener, something that we must reflect upon to think, how do we make sure that this does not happen any longer? How do we make sure that we make the changes which are needed for improving the conditions of older people and the carers? Now, just to highlight some of the things that happened during the pandemic, but obviously you know all of that, but more than 90% of the people that died were aged 60 and over. And in the long-term care sectors, those are data only for the institutional care sectors, the number of people that died represent 40% of all the deaths in the pandemic. And we've seen also lots of problems, lack, for example, of standards of care. Only half of the countries that I work with at OECD, I'm heading the work on health at OECD, but only half of the countries really had guidelines on infections control, for example. So really quite something that makes us think, well, we were just not ready and prepared. And quite clearly that has to do with a lot of structural and issues and problems and deeply rooted structural weaknesses that existed already into the sector. And I would like to describe them maybe as the sort of the low and the high. The low pay, for example, the low image of and the poor image that the sector has, the issue of low standards for the jobs into the sector, the high risk that are associated with caring both for physical and for mental health, the high turnover that we see in the sector. And all of those, if we can also touch some numbers to them, and they're really quite scaring. If we look at low pay, for example, looking at people with equal qualifications as care workers, on average across the OECD, they are paid per hour 9 euros per hour. And this compares, if we look at similar type of jobs in the hospital sector, to something like 14 euros. So for the same type of jobs, people are just paid dramatically different depending on whether they are in the elderly care sector or in the hospital care sectors. If we look at another thing which I said, there are low standards for the quality of jobs. Some 40% of long-term care workers work part-time, and it's about double what we find in the economy. Very often with contracts which are not open-ended, they are fixed terms with conditions, therefore, which are not comparable to what we find in other sectors. And if we look at things like the high, in terms, for example, of the high risk for the sector, we find that 2/3 of long-term care workers suffer from physical risk factors, which exacerbate their overall health. So quite clearly the sector has issues, and I'll describe them as the low and the high, and clearly that requires policies. We know what those policies are: better training, better retentions, raising the profile, raising the pay, and so forth. The other part of the sector is really to do with the informal care workers. So that's the family, the friends, which actually really constitute, and it has been said already, the backbone of the systems. They provide about 2/3 of the care which is supplied into the sectors. And they are very much often women that have this job, and that contributes also to a sort of cycle of inequalities also between gender inequalities and caring jobs. Of course, also the informal carers are predominantly women. If we look over time, we have known these issues for quite a long time, for more than decades, and there's been some improvements, particularly in making respite care more available to care workers. But when we took a wider policies to support the informal carers in terms of training, psychological support, financial compensation for their caring, and policies that allow them to continue to participate in the labor market while having caring responsibility in a way that does not reduce or their overarching health, both physical and mental, well, we're very much lacking behind. And so quite clearly we need to make much more fundamental changes for the future. And I just would like to highlight 3 changes that for me are quite important. The first one has to do really with some sort of a cultural shift, I would say. We need to really look differently at the long-term care center. The image is just not helping in addressing those problems in the labor market for care that I alluded to. And quite clearly also the way we see the older person, the image that we have to that is not a burden of society, but also in terms of the caring jobs themselves, they're almost considered as the last job that one person choose from. So we must change, have the cultural shift, which has to do probably not with us, we all are preaching to the converted in a way, but the wider society. So how do we do that cultural shift? Secondly, we probably need to think much more about resilience into the long-term care sector, and that is directly a response to the long-term, to the pandemic that we have been living. So, of course, we need to think about improving the performance of the long-term care sector in terms of access, in terms of quality, in terms of quality of the jobs and so forth. But we also need to think much more and deeply, in deep way, about what does it mean having a sector which is better prepared for a potential shock. It could be a pandemic, it could be a shock of a different nature that come in, but quite clearly we're not ready, and this is not acceptable for the future. So we need to assess much better preparedness in the countries. We need to think about protocols, how they need to be changed, coordination channel between health, long-term care, and wider sectors of the economy to avoid the cascading sort of errors that we have seen, and think much more at how to generate standardized and real-time data to help support decision-making in time of crisis. And the third thing that we need to do is really to think about people-centeredness. So I speak of the organization, we collect lots of data and indicators, and we have all sorts of data and indicators on volumes of care, on number of workers, also on personal cares. We hardly have any data on quality of life and on really outcomes that matters to people, both the care recipients and the care providers. And we must address that, because any policy that we want to implement, whether it's to improve the quality of the jobs, whether it is to address the issues that informal carers face, needs to have in mind the ultimate goal of how are we improving the quality of life, the people-centeredness, and the also outcomes reported by the individuals themselves. And if we put that at the center of our policy and make sure that our policies are geared towards that, then it becomes more natural to understand that we must train, that we must invest much more into the sector. So those are my initial remarks, but I've spoken too much, and I would like to really give the floor to the real speaker here today, and I'll start, Ernst, with you. Who is going to go on the podium. So Ernst van Koesveld, I hope I pronounce it correctly, is the Vice Minister for Long-Term Care at the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports of the Netherlands. And the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just testing this microphone. Is it all working? Yeah, great. Thank you for the hands up. It may be a truth as old as the road to Rome that nobody really wants to be old, but maybe everyone wants to grow old in a healthy and active manner with dignity. That is one of the conclusions I often draw if I talk to people, and I think that may also be relevant for you. What I learned from the first session this morning is that talking about support and care for older people should be part of a discussion in society. And it is a discussion about reciprocity. The potential of older people is huge with their wisdom and experience and time. And on the other hand, their appeal, their call upon society is huge in terms of the need for support and care. And that very much relates also with a call on the labor market, where we have already a lot of challenges in terms of scarcities, of shortages on the labor market. So I will tell you a bit more on our major challenge, which is actually combining the huge demands we have with aging of the populations on the one hand, and the shrinking labor market, or at least shrinking also the informal healthcare players. And let me tell you a bit more about our perspective, which I think is a common perspective for many of the countries here, but maybe not for all, but it may be a future perspective for the other countries as well. I do that by presenting a SWOT analysis very briefly. The strength of our system in the Netherlands is that we have defined together with all major stakeholders, professionals, client organizations, insurance companies and others, how to define quality in long-term healthcare, particularly the quality in nursing homes. And that was a collaborative effort together, guided by the government, and also a basis for the funding from the government for the long-term care sector. And that is a process of learning by doing, evaluating, and learning again, improving the quality, not only on paper, but particularly in practice. The weakness, to be honest, of our system is that our sector is very institutionalized. About 30 years ago, about 30% of all people above 80 lived in a residential home, in a nursing home. Nowadays, that percentage is about 13%, so that is already a major change. But if we compare the Netherlands with other countries in Europe, our degree of institutionalization is still very high. And that also relates that we have a shortage of housing opportunities for people that want to live in their own home, or at least together with other older people in clustered settings. We have scarcity, shortages in propositions on that account. We have a major threat, as I already told you, with a population which is not really growing, and the labor supply is not growing either. At this moment, 1 in 6 or 7 people in the labor supply work in the healthcare sector. If you just follow the projections over the next decades, that ratio will be 1 in 3. So could you imagine that suppose you were all working in the Netherlands, part of labor supply, then one of your neighbors or yourself would be working in the healthcare sector in 2040, and that's simply not sustainable because we have major other challenges in terms of environment policies, defense, education, and so on and so forth. So given that challenge, we have to organize things in a different way, because going forward it must be done in a more intelligent way. And part of that solution is to rely more on what people themselves can do, together with their informal caregivers, but also to make use of innovation, which reduces the pressure on professionals, may activate people, both in a physical and mental sense, and will reduce administrative burden, which can then be freed for providing care itself. So if you compare the situation of the Netherlands with other countries and you look at expenditures, we have a moderate degree of aging. But if you also look at the long-term spending, which also includes the spending for people with a handicap, then our spending is very high. And as I said, it is not the spending in itself which is the major bottleneck, but the major bottleneck is to find the people to fill the vacancies today and tomorrow. So what is our program? Well, first we have to redefine quality. We have to move from input, as Francesca just said, to more outcomes. What is important for people, for clients themselves, how they value their life, what kind of support and what kind of care do they need, where do they want to live, and what is then needed from others. The second movement we want to do is to have a closer cooperation between professionals and informal care. That means that professionals have to be retrained to really ask people, what is it what you can do yourself? What can an informal caretaker take care of? And how do we work together between formal and informal caregivers? And we have to make use of innovation. We've just been at a seminar in the lunch break about the preventing of falls of older people. And I think technology, having sensors, but also, for example, to have a hip airbag that really blows up once you are falling, can really prevent people from falling, and has actually prevented a lot of hip fractures already in the Netherlands. So we have to make use of all the modern technology. The silver economy, I think many solutions do not come out of the healthcare sector itself, but many times they come from other sectors. Consumer markets will be very helpful in this respect. So our policy with the new program of the new cabinet will imply a programmatic approach to these issues and setting new norms. One norm will be focus on the people's strength of all the people themselves and how they can help also themselves, whereas healthcare should be additional to that. Try to find more places where people can really feel at home, which is not necessarily in nursing homes, but close to their own original home, in settings that are clustered where health can be provided. So rather asking people to go to health care should go to the people themselves. And as I said before, to make use of innovations. So these are the lines that we try to set out with all participants. As we fought against the sea in earlier decades and ages, we now work together with all stakeholders in society to think about tough choices we have to make, because going on the same way is not possible. We have to do it in a different way of organizations. And I hope we will learn from all your experience and share our experience with you during this conference. Thank you very much.
Ernst, thank you so much. And clearly, the Netherlands spend so much more than other countries that your issue is more how do we create much more of an integrated, also with approach with the family cares. But I was intrigued also by your reference to innovations. And if we had the time, I would be tempted to ask how do we make sure that this innovation does not further add to cost, but that really helps to improve the quality. But we don't have time. We need to go to the second speaker, and I'm really delighted to have Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia, who is the president of the Commission for the Reform of the Healthcare and Social Medical Assistance for the Older Person in Italy. And Vincenzo is going to speak in Italian. So if you don't have the headphone, please go on.
Spero di portare un po' di fresco con la lingua italiana. Io sono molto lieto di poter partecipare a questo incontro e non vi paia strano che un arcivescovo, per di più presidente della Pontificia Accademia per la Vita della Santa Sede, sia anche presidente di una commissione del governo italiano per la riorganizzazione dell'assistenza agli anziani. Questa commissione nasce di fronte alla contraddizione che la pandemia ha mostrato. Le vittime, come lo diceva anzitutto all'inizio la dottoressa Francesca, le vittime più numerose della pandemia sono stati gli anziani. Non per caso, perché è emersa una contraddizione radicale della nostra società contemporanea. L'Italia, dopo il Giappone, è il secondo paese più anziano del mondo, quindi abbiamo in qualche modo una responsabilità di visione e anche di progettazione. La società in Italia ci fa vivere 20-30 anni in più ed è una grande conquista, ma nello stesso tempo non ci sa mantenere. In effetti, durante la pandemia, le vittime sono state gli anziani, più di 120.000 persone, una vera e propria strage. Di fronte a questo, il governo italiano, in particolare il ministro della Salute Speranza, mi ha chiesto di presiedere e organizzare una commissione per risolvere o comunque per liberare questa contraddizione della società. Abbiamo fatto un esame, un'analisi per diversi mesi, abbiamo infine presentato i risultati al Presidente del Consiglio Draghi, il quale ha accolto la Commissione, ha creato una nuova cabina di regia interministeriale con ben 12 ministeri, di cui io sono il coordinatore, e che mi auguro nei giorni prossimi diventi legge quadro del governo italiano da presentare al Parlamento per la riorganizzazione dell'intero assetto del popolo anziano. In Italia noi anziani, ultra 65 anni, siamo circa 15 milioni, più di un quarto della popolazione. Ed è un popolo nuovo, una nuova generazione che è nata, ma è come un continente sconosciuto. Su questo nuovo popolo di milioni di persone non c'è pensiero né politico, né economico, né culturale e neppure spirituale, permettetemi di dirlo anche nella mia veste di religioso. E questo ha richiesto un cambio totale di paradigma e a dire che la società italiana, partendo dal governo, dalle amministrazioni e delle altre istituzioni civili o anche religiose, deve farsi carico dell'intera popolazione. Quindi non è più un'attenzione ad interventi o a prestazioni, ma l'intera società si fa carico della popolazione anziana. E per questo il documento che apre l'intero disegno è costituito da una carta dei diritti degli anziani e dei doveri della società. Abbiamo voluto iscrivere immediatamente questa connessione tra diritti degli anziani e doveri della società. Una carta che non sto qui ora a spiegare, ma la stiamo traducendo in tutte le lingue delle Nazioni Unite per poterla presentare come contributo del governo italiano a tutti i governi per comprendere quanto questa materia richieda un cambio di prospettiva radicale. Una nuova generazione non può essere slegata da tutte le altre generazioni precedenti. Noi è come se vivessimo in questo tempo in un palazzo di 4 piani, immaginando ogni piano per una generazione, ma questo palazzo rischia di non avere né scale né ascensori. Ognuno è per conto suo e tutto questo non può rendere la società umana, responsabile, solidale. Per questo si richiede un cambio culturale profondo e non superficiale. Si tratta davvero di non mettere delle toppe, ma di dover ridisegnare l'intero assetto. E in questo senso la Commissione ha ritenuto come primo compito cruciale che tutti gli anziani restino il più possibile a casa loro. Non possiamo permettere che gli ultimi anni della nostra vita siano anni sradicati dal luogo dove sempre siamo vissuti. In questo la Commissione ha proposto una riorganizzazione della sanità come un continuum assistenziale che parta dal primato dell'abitazione con una ricostruzione di tutto il tessuto relazionale attorno all'anziano, perché è la solitudine il virus peggiore della vecchiaia. Molti sono morti per solitudine, ancor prima che di Covid. Ecco perché è indispensabile ricreare attorno all'anziano a casa un contesto sociale che sta sparendo. Noi viviamo in una società iperindividualista e in una società come questa chi è forte sopravvive, chi è fragile e inevitabilmente verrà emarginato o scartato, come ama dire Papa Francesco. E qui faccio una parentesi, permettetemi, perché questo problema riguarda tutte, anche le fedi e le prospettive religiose. E devo dire che Papa Francesco da 3-4 mesi sta continuando a riflettere sul tema della vecchiaia come un tema non di naufragio, come amava dire ad esempio il generale de Gaulle, ma come un tema o come una realtà che sia una ricchezza per i paesi e non semplicemente una spesa. In questo senso è indispensabile, a mio avviso, una vera e propria rivoluzione culturale che comporta quindi all'inizio questa attenzione attorno alla casa dell'anziano. Noi prevediamo nel progetto di legge, ad esempio, che quando un cittadino compie 80 anni venga almeno 1 o 2 volte l'anno visitato da un'equipe medica, infermieri e assistenti sociali, perché non sia lasciato solo e accompagnato. Inoltre prevediamo la crescita del co-housing, aiutare gli anziani soli a realizzare delle piccole convivenze. Devo dire che ad esempio, qui a Roma, con la comunità di Sant'Egidio, ci sono molte esperienze di anziani soli che vivono assieme. C'è poi l'urgenza di istituire, per quel che ci riguarda, in Italia, almeno 1000 centri diurni che debbono essere ben attrezzati. 30 anni di vita richiedono anche ambiti per fare scuola. Noi dobbiamo aiutare gli anziani ad alimentarsi, a combattere il caldo quando arriva, a riabilitarsi, a dare loro lezioni, per esempio, di alimentazione e anche di cura del proprio corpo, per prevenire. Uno dei temi gravissimi in Italia è l'intasamento degli ospedali e dei pronti soccorsi degli anziani. Ed è chiaro che bisogna trovare una realizzazione, e vado alla conclusione. C'è poi il tema delle RSA, delle lungodegenze, che vanno ripensate. Noi non vogliamo più avere luoghi appartati e non visitabili come è accaduto in questo tempo di pandemia, perché sono delle vere e proprie reclusioni e noi non possiamo permettercelo. Ecco perché ci auguriamo, noi qui in Italia sappiamo le crisi dei nuclei familiari eccetera eccetera, ma noi ci auguriamo di poter tornare anche a morire nelle nostre case circondato da affetti dei propri cari. È il tema, a mio avviso, in tutto questo contesto, un'occasione straordinaria non solo per aiutare gli anziani, ma anche per aiutare il nostro Paese, l'Italia, ma anche gli altri, ad essere più umano. E devo dire che voi potete immaginare che io sono esperto sull'Ave Maria o il Padre Nostro e non tanto su queste questioni mediche, per cui il primo consulente che io ho consultato su questo tema è stato il Ragioniere Generale dello Stato, perché gli ho presentato il programma e gli ho detto: senta, regge o no economicamente? Abbiamo fatto i calcoli e abbiamo notato che non solo la sanità risparmia 6-7 miliardi di lire, di euro, scusate, ma rende la vita degli anziani, dei caregiver e dei familiari o dei piccoli paesi molto più umana. Grazie.
Excellent. Monsignor Paglia, thank you so much. I like the idea of a country which is a super age country taking the responsibilities. Taking the responsibilities really for setting a vision which is made on the rights that each individual has, but also the responsibilities that as a society we have, and this whole of society approach, which is, I think, fundamental one, and you alluded to the importance of really people living at home. Thank you so much. Without further ado, I would like to move on to Claudia Mahler now, who is representative of an independent expert, and in fact, she is the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights for older people. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be part of this expert panel and share my reflections on access to long-term care for older persons. First, allow me to warmly thank the organizers, UNECE and the government of Italy, for inviting me today to contribute to this important discussion on long-term care, to which I would like to offer a human rights perspective. As the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons. We already heard very good examples from the Netherlands and a very passionate impact on the dignity of older persons in Italy, so thank you so much. It's hard to concur here, but I also realized that it's really in line with what I want to present to you today, because the dignity is the center of the long-term care-centered approach. So thank you so much for already mentioning these kind of issues. Today, we gather within the context of the fourth review and appraisal cycle of the Madrid International Plan of Action and Aging. MIPA became, in 2002, the global aspirational policy document on aging, aiming at responding to the opportunities and challenges of population aging in the 21st century. While MIPA is not a human rights document, it contains a number of references relevant to human rights and adopts a conceptual approach that is in accordance with the human rights principles. However, MIPA, along with the current international human rights frameworks, have shown their limitations, especially in the face of the recent global challenges, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. Since I started my tenure as independent expert in April 2020, in the beginning of the pandemic, I have stressed on several occasions that the lack of a comprehensive international legal instrument dedicated to the promotion and protection of the rights of older persons has significant implications. The absence of an inclusion and recognition of age, discrimination and ageism in the current human rights framework has the most impact on the lives of older persons. As we know, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been horrifying for millions of older persons, especially those in need of long-term care. In many countries of the UNECE regions, evidence shows that more than 40% of the COVID-19 related deaths have been linked to the long-term care facilities, which figure being as high as 80% in some high-income countries. Cases of neglect and abuse in institutions and care facilities were also on the rise, as well as the overall increase in age discrimination and ageist attitudes, leading to trauma and stigma. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated that current legal provisions are not enough to ensure the dignity of people of all ages. In the face of new challenges, while the population continues to age older, policies and laws related to health and social support systems need to be adapted to the new and growing needs of our societies. Older persons are one of the most heterogeneous groups in the current framework. The rising demand for long-term care will lead to increasing costs for social protection systems and families. This needs to be combined with actions to ensure adequate access to high-quality care and support for formal and informal carers. This complex equation further needs to integrate concrete actions by states to end abuse, violence, and discrimination against older persons, especially while they receive long-term care. There is not yet an accepted universal definition on the term care or long-term care. However, the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights reminds us in its General Comment number 14 that it is important to adopt an integrated approach, combining elements of preventive, curative, and rehabilitation health treatment. It is therefore essential that long-term care should encompass a wide range of services and assistance for older persons who require help with daily tasks and who need medical and social care on a continual basis. Such services include home care, private residence care, and private public institutional care. According to the United Nations Principles for Older Persons, adopted by the General Assembly in 1991, older persons should be able to enjoy human rights and fundamental freedoms when residing in any shelter, care, or treatment facility, including full respect for their dignity, beliefs, needs, and privacy, and for the right to make decisions about their care and the quality of their lives. To make real decisions, one really needs to be informed. So I always say decisions are only valid if there was real informed decision-making. States must adjust their current social and health policies to the needs of older persons, including services that consider gender and disability. Older persons must be recognized as rights holders and should be able to exercise their rights in all circumstances. A human rights-based approach for older persons in long-term care, particularly when applied in social and healthcare systems, will enable us to combine efforts and therefore maximize the benefits available to older persons. It will also increase the human rights protection for older persons in long-term care. It is important to prevent older persons from becoming dependent on long-term care. To do so, states should promote active and healthy aging, foster age-friendly environments, protect autonomy and active participation in all aspects of societies. States should also improve detection of an early identification of disease, especially for dementia. Access to healthcare service should be also provided and improved for those living in rural and remote areas. Habilitation and rehabilitation services and programs should be also reinforced to maintain maximum independence and autonomy of older persons. The translation of all these measures into a comprehensive international legal framework would contribute to prevent or delay the need for long-term care. Older persons have a lot to contribute to our societies. I thank you so much for your attention.
Claudia, thank you so much for drawing attention to the need really of having the human rights approach. And obviously there is no time, but we've been intrigued to know what it will take to have this sort of international instrument. It seems something that it's a no-brainer. We need to have it. So what is blocking us from getting there? That would be more from the discussion, I guess, afterwards. But can I move on now to the civil society representative? And I'm very delighted to have Maria Patklova with us, which is the director of the Tulip Foundations of Bulgaria. Please give your perspective on these issues. Thank you very much.
Let me start by saying that you all agree that we live in a dynamic times and a dynamic world. If we still have the ability to somehow predict and to plan the future, it has been an achievement of the humanity over the last tens of years. Because many people mentioned the pandemic, and we now have war in Europe. And like 2.5 years ago, none of us could ever think that we'd have such a devastating pandemic, and none of us would think that we'll be witnessing war on the television, like seeing live, how people are being killed. And the pandemic, if you remember us 2 years ago, the pandemic came suddenly and served as a trigger So it silenced cities and people, and when sitting in silence and isolated in our places, I think many of us trying to realize what is happening and where do we go from here, I think we also realize that it's not just the pandemic. There have been so many other changes over the last 20 years, but these are kind of gradual changes, one by one. And they're changes in the technology, and communication, and artificial intelligence. So even the way people communicate between themselves have changed. And still, there was one thing that hasn't changed, and this is human nature. People are the same. People have the same needs. And we have seen, there's kind of a wave across the continent and other continents of solidarity, and people thinking of other people and trying to support other people. And we also realized something that we knew in the past. Families are a safety net. Communities are a safety net. And this is what most people need. And as this is the panel on long-term care, let me start by saying long-term care is not a policy, it's not a strategy, it's not even a service, it's not a job. Long-term care is any other care, is a relationship between two people or two sides of people. And relationship, we know this professionally and also personally, is not an easy thing. It takes time, needs attention, understanding, a lot of times patience. It's even more difficult because relationships are hard to regulate, to evaluate, to structure, to plan. Also because relationships are changing as people are changing. Third point, when we speak about different generations, and I'm happy Monsignor already mentioned, the 4 floors, and that's exactly the reality in Europe. Currently, we have 4 different generations living, learning, and working together. They're very different, but we still link between ourselves. And these are more or less the same people. It's not, when talking about long-term care, there's not one group of people who are stuck in one care and all of us, the others, we go around. No, this is changing. Some people come and people leave. It is just that the roles of people are changing. Every one of us, every single one of us has been a receiver of care, at least in the first years of our lives. Most of us, probably everyone, may at some point become a giver of care to someone else. Sometimes this is expected, it is planned, sometimes it just happens, and we're there for other people. And that brings me to my next point. Care is a continuum, and it should be addressed and should be understood and should be planned as such. When talking about long-term services and support, we need to know, and we actually know that these are extremely diverse services because the people are different. They're different by age, they're different by needs, they're different by location where they need. And that brings me also to the point of who the carers are. We speak of care receivers and caregivers, and these are professional caregivers and informal caregivers, but let's admit that behind these terms, there are live people. I happen to be a representative of what is called in Europe the sandwich generation. That is a generation that for a number of years, we had our parents alive, and then we had our children, and we had our grandchildren, and we had to somehow, pay attention to all these 3 other generations while having our own careers and caring about our own lives. I'm not saying that it's easy, but that is crucially important. Maybe I could also, there's one other thing I wanted really to stress. When we speak about care, and especially long-term care, let's be aware it's not a goal. Care is just a tool. It's just an instrument for economic and social independence and inclusion of people, for dignified life, for participation, for people living together. And because the instruments are much easier to change, to adapt, to develop. When we speak about care, I really believe we should think about possible ways to improve, to change, to adapt, as far as we keep the goal of long-term care being keep people socially and economically included into the society. Because care is not about food and bed. Food is about, care is about people having choice, people having human connection with other people, people who are valued. Let me mention just a few things that have proven how to be working. One thing is bring agencies, different organizations together. As they say, if we wait for others, it's going to be too late. If we try to do things alone, it's going to be too little. So one thing is bring people and bring agencies together. And across Europe, there are plenty of models, there are plenty of approaches that have been studied, evaluated, and have proved to be effective in bringing 4 different generations together, in bringing people together, in making the link in between what is needed and who is able to provide which part of the combined support for any of us.
Thank you, Maria. I'm sorry we have so little time because what you're saying is so fundamental, the issues of using really the pandemic as a trigger for change, thinking about relationship, not really about long-term care. And this shift really in the approach that we have that we must really put together. Last but not least, over to you. And I'm very, very delighted, Stacey, to be introducing you. You are the director of AeroCare. So we've not talked much about family care, a little bit, but could you tell us more?
I will, with pleasure. Thanks a million, Madam Chair, for your kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a true honor for me to be part of this panel. Indeed, family carers have only been mentioned here and there since the beginning of this event, and I'll do my best to shed light on the situation and needs, because I think it is extremely important to do something about the situation needs of carers and develop new policy measures to support them. I'll try and build on some of the points that were made earlier. First of all, the fact that informal carers are actually the backbone of long-term care across Europe. That's a fact. According to EU research, as much as 80% of all long-term care in Europe is actually provided by family members, friends and neighbors, unpaid, usually outside of a professional context, with usually extremely limited support. The value of that informal care is so high that it is virtually impossible to replace, at least in the foreseeable future, by care professionals. So whether we like it or not, informal care is there to stay, and without carers, our systems would collapse. The problem is, in many cases, as I said, those carers have access to either extremely limited support or no support at all. And as a result, they face a long list of challenges. Very often, and again, during this conference, every time we mentioned some of these challenges, we focused on their ability to access the labor market and work-life balance. It is obviously extremely important, but it is not sufficient to focus on that aspect. First of all, because not all carers in Europe are of working age. We need to focus on young carers, kids, teenagers, and older carers, so people who are retired or unemployed, because these carers also deserve attention and support. And because the reality of informal care is that informal care, again, as I said, when not adequately supported, impacts on many dimensions of the daily life of carers. In terms of health, mental and physical health outcomes, in terms of social poverty, and social exclusion, and in terms of people's ability actually to maintain an active and dignified life. So whenever we discuss long-term care and the future of long-term care in Europe, we must pay attention to informal carers. Now, I wanted to at least showcase a few examples, recent examples of policy developments that we would consider promising or positive. I could mention, for example, the recent introduction of a national law in Portugal to finally legally recognize the situation of informal carers. And that was introduced in 2019, but we are yet to see a follow-up to that national law. Italy, around the same time, the Senate introduced a budget law to set aside a budget to support carers, but there again, we are waiting to see, the next steps of that initiative. I was very pleased to hear that Monsignor is working on a framework law to focus on active and healthy aging, but informal carers were not mentioned at all there, so I hope informal carers will be somehow captured, and I hope they are consulted as well, just like all the other relevant actors in the long-term care sector, many of whom are in this room. I could also mention the fact that my country, Belgium, just like France, which probably has one of the most inclusive definitions of informal care, or Germany, have recently introduced measures to support the work-life balance of carers, or the fact that the Czech Republic introduced cash benefits to support the financial health of informal carers. That's all very good and very promising. But I must confess that from our perspective, trying to pinpoint any specific policy as particularly positive, relevant, or innovative is always a bit of a challenge. It amounts to having to show the most beautiful brush stroke on an unfinished painting. What really matters is the bigger picture, and that painting, as I said, is still unfinished. Now, we can turn to some very, I think, promising or very good approaches in several countries, which also have been mentioned since the beginning of the conference. I'm thinking, for example, of Scotland or the Irish models, which very much approach informal carers as part of the care, the fabric of the care system, and therefore seek to enable informal care and support informal carers, not only with work-life balance measures, but a portfolio of measures for social protection and social welfare, focusing on health and well-being, on pension credits, on access to carers' leave, on access to respite care, for example. The Finnish and Danish models are also very interesting. It is possible there for an informal carer to be employed by their municipality and therefore to have access to several rights but also obligations. Yesterday we commemorated the World Elder Abuse. It is important to mention that when there is abuse in the relationship between the care recipient and the informal carer, it's often as a result of a lack of information and training or excessive stress and pressure on the side of informal carers. So supporting informal carers with information and training can certainly help improve the situation there. I would also mention the very interesting ongoing policy dialogue that's taking place in Spain at the moment under the leadership of the Ministry of Equality and the National Institute of Women, so with a strong feminist voice included in the discussion, because again, as was mentioned earlier, I'm only pushing at an open door, but the majority of informal carers in Europe are women. And that policy dialogue aims to, let's say, review the policy ecosystem and foster gender equality across the board in Spain. And they are looking in particular at the care sector and care responsibilities, including informal care. And I think it's extremely innovative because the two main goals are to obviously ensure that everyone has equal access to care, but also that everyone has the right to provide care, provided that they are willing to do so, and they are able to choose also to what extent they want to be involved in the provision of care. Obviously, there's a strong element of a redistribution of care responsibilities between families and the state, but also between men and women. And that's another aspect that was not really discussed yet, at least since the beginning of this event. The fact that we all know we probably also need to encourage more men to take on caregiving responsibilities. And there are policy measures that could be taken to do that in the form, for example, of paid care leaves or a review of some fiscal policies. I'll stop there, but I'm obviously very happy to answer any questions you may have, and thanks again for your invitation.
Stacey, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for a question. We have been cut short because of starting a bit late. But I like very much what you said. You know, there have been some changes, and you have mentioned some specific countries, but that has been not enough. And I'd love you're saying, can we encourage men to have a bigger part in all of this? So what I take home, I mean, obviously there are a lot of good examples. There's been some nice things that are happening. What is happening in Italy, the reforms in the Netherlands, some of the examples that have been mentioned. But at the same time, COVID-19 has revealed that we have very much behind really achieving the goal that we want all to have. And so if not now, when? I think there is really a responsibility for all of us to push very much this agenda with a human rights perspective, with the perspective of making sure that we look for the whole of society, intergovernmental approach, learning from some of the good examples, but really trying to push the agenda. With that, I apologize there is no time for more questions and discussion, but look forward to hear in the informal conversations what you have to say as well. And thank you very much, and a round of applause again for the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was
Yeah, it's a bit of a pity. Too many people behind the table, maybe.
Welcome back, those that have been respecting our break. Let's hope other colleagues will join us on this slow move of recovery. And allow me to make one recommendation. Apparently there were some difficulties with the sound. So our suggestion is that you could use, for a better understanding and listening what is happening, to use the headsets on channel 0, which is a channel for the original language. So it's much better for every one of us to hear what's going on the podium. That's just a recommendation. And thank you for coming back for this third expert panel. After the two first ones, we had this morning and in the afternoon. And this one is dedicated to the mainstreaming of aging to advance a society for all ages. This is a long-lasting driver for us, I would say from the beginning of the MIPA process, the importance of mainstreaming, and now apparently we have been able to give some steps forward regarding the question of mainstreaming. And the importance of mainstreaming that the Ministerial Declaration, the draft Ministerial Declaration tomorrow also welcomes in a more detailed way. The importance of mainstreaming is, in the end, because we should systematically integrate aging across all policy fields. This is something that should be a priority for all of us and some of the main driver for our action. This means, of course, because we cannot address properly the question of aging societies and persons and the challenges of older persons if we just focus on pensions, labor markets, or health and care systems. We have to go much beyond and try to go through all policy fields at all levels, national, regional, local levels. And this comes from the fact that today population aging impacts all aspects of society, and it concerns all age groups across the life course. We have been listening through all these conferences yesterday and today, the importance of this approach, and of course, the essential need to have this reflected in the different policy areas. That's why we have to put in place methods and mechanisms of gathering and analyzing the data and information we need, advocating across sectors and generations for a society for all ages. And we have seen this afternoon what's happening in different countries and the challenges that we are facing in this effort to coordinate efforts and to foster productive collaboration between all stakeholders. Those are two main pillars of this work, the question of coordination and the question of participation and collaboration. So, without further delay, it's time to hear our panelists, and I would like to thank them for their availability and their commitment to this topic. And so I would start by asking Minister Mary Butler, Minister of State for Mental Health and Older People of Ireland. Minister, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And as Minister for Mental Health and Older People in Ireland, I'm honoured to speak to you today about Ireland's whole of government and whole of society approach to mainstreaming ageing. For the last 2 decades, Ireland has invested heavily in establishing robust policies and strategies across government departments and provided support to relevant local and national organisations. Our efforts have been internationally recognised. In 2019, Ireland was the first country in the world to be fully affiliated to the World Health Organisation's Global Age-Friendly Programme. We take our position and our responsibility in this regard very seriously. We are constantly engaging with citizens to ensure we are meeting their needs and the needs of our diverse older cohort. Over the last decade, over 20,000 older people have participated in consultations across Ireland, town hall meetings, roundtable discussions, focus groups, workshops and annual general meetings. Ireland's current programme for government has a vision of creating an age-friendly Ireland, where the voice and the choice of older people is heard, is recognised, but most importantly, it is listened to. Including older people in the core framework for policy and service delivery across government ensures that ageing is not just a health issue, but requires a whole-of-government approach to address a range of social, economic and environmental factors that affect the lives of our ageing citizens. Some quick examples are the Adult Literacy for Life strategy, which was launched in 2021, has now a simple vision to create an Ireland where every adult has the necessary literacy, numeracy and digital literacy to fully engage in society and realise their full potential. The strategy sets out to make people more aware of the services, to increase uptake of existing capacity, to expand the range of provision and to target resources on those who need it most. Older adults have been identified as a potential vulnerable cohort and will benefit from targeted funding. In 2010, our National Police Force on Garda Síochána launched the first Garda Síochána Older Person Strategy. The strategy has been updated this year to incorporate lessons learned from supporting older people during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it would also reflect additional elements identified through focus group engagement. Additionally, this year the Department of Education has established an interdepartmental policy group on lifelong guidance. The work of this group will ensure that lifelong guidance remains accessible and inclusive and a central element of the education system to foster lifelong learning. To ensure policies and strategies translate into meaningful outcomes, my own department has invested time and resources establishing and maintaining partnerships with local authorities and organisations such as Age Friendly Ireland. I recently launched Healthy Age Friendly Ireland Homes Programme, a partnership between the Department of Health, local government and Age Friendly Ireland. The aim of this programme is to reduce the admission rate of people entering into long-term residential care due to their living environments not supporting their health and well-being needs. The programme carries out assessment of older people in their homes. Assessments are based on 4 criteria: housing issues, healthcare, community and social supports, and technology to age in place. Age Friendly Ireland also coordinates the National Age Friendly Cities and Counties programme. There is an age-friendly programme in each local authority in Ireland, all 31 of them. The programmes work to provide walkable streets, transportation options, age-friendly car parking spaces, access to key services and opportunities for older people to participate in community activities. An important element of the age-friendly programmes is the consistent engagement with older people within the community to identify local needs. Each programme has Older Persons Council. The councils are an important mix of key actors: the local councils, the health service, the Garda Síochána, NGOs, businesses and third-level sector representatives. Together they plan, they streamline their work, they identify the interests and needs of older people in their area. All of these age-friendly strands are creating environments that support older people's active participation in their communities. I believe Ireland has made great progress in preparing for an ageing population, but we are experiencing challenges. To guarantee the sustainability of long-term care systems, a qualified workforce is a key component. Ireland has experienced workforce challenges in the healthcare settings. The Department of Health has recently established a cross-departmental strategic workforce advisory group, and the role of the group is to facilitate the views of stakeholders and examine workforce challenges in relation to home support and nursing homes. Areas under consideration include recruitment, retention, training, career development, and the sustainable employment of home care workers in the future. The group is committed to delivering a set of recommendations to me by this September. Competing agendas across the Irish Government can also pose a challenge. However, there is another way to approach this. There is a very strong alignment between the age-friendly and climate action agendas. Both are seeking to develop a sustainable community in the context of the parallel megatrends of population and climate change. Across government, we have worked hard to highlight this cross-section climate and older persons. The Department of the Environment, Climate and Communication supports the Warmer Home Scheme through sustainable energy. This complements many of the age-friendly programmes and Ireland's policy statement on housing options for our older population. Changing the narrative from competing to complementing ensures both agendas, climate and older persons progress through and efforts are streamlined across government. Overall, Ireland is fully committed to mainstreaming ageing and the ultimate objective to make Ireland a great place to grow old. We have all achieved a lot, but there is more to do. Creating a society for all ages that leaves no one behind requires policymakers to understand the diverse and the evolving needs across the life course and along individual ageing trajectories. If we design housing for older people, we design housing for all. If we do not consider the needs of our older person, our housing design and strategies are leaving many down. We must continue to work in partnership and pay particular attention to the needs of more marginalised, vulnerable, hard to reach and minority groups of older people. Only with this in mind can we fulfil the commitments of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing and support the achievement of the United Nations 2030 Agenda and the World Health Organization Decade of Ageing. And to conclude, we must always remember older people are an opportunity. They are never a burden. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Mary Butler, for your committed and ambitious program and work. Thank you so much for your inspiration. Now it's time to give the floor to the Associate Deputy Minister of Employment and Social Development of Canada, Mrs. Annette Gibbons. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Distinguished attendees and colleagues, I want to just start by thanking the Government of Italy, UNECE, and the Standing Working Group on Aging for organizing this conference. I'm just delighted to attend and hear the tremendous expertise in the room. As we recover, all of us recover from the pandemic, this is such a wonderful opportunity to take stock of what we've learned and plan strategically for implementing MIPA going forward based on those lessons learned. But of course, also the topic of this particular panel this afternoon, how do we mainstream aging in all policy fields? It really is past time that we do that, as we all have a growing population of older persons in our countries. And, you know, giving the impacts that has, the integration of aging into health, social, and economic policies is really, really important. And in doing that, I just want to say at the start that it's really important that we make sure that we don't see older persons as a homogeneous group. There's a lot of different factors in the population of older persons that differentiates them, and it's really important to take things such as gender, culture, health, socioeconomic status into account, making sure that we don't leave people behind. So I'm going to focus most of my remarks on a particular mechanism that the Government of Canada has introduced to mainstream aging in the development of policies and programs in Canada. It's called the Gender-Based Analysis Tool. So as the name suggests, this tool originated to integrate a gender lens into our policy development. So basically to consider how people of different genders would experience policies and programs as they're being developed. We wanted to really do a detailed analysis of those different experiences, and then whatever we learned, tailor the development of the policy or program to reflect the differences in experience. So that's how the tool started, focusing on gender. But about 10 years ago, we expanded it, and that's why we now call it Gender-Based Analysis Plus. So the plus includes a lot of different things, including different demographic groups, including older persons, but also considering different factors among different demographic groups or within different demographic groups, such as education, socioeconomic status, and so on. So not only has the scope of the GBA Plus tool expanded over time to cover more demographic groups, but also the scope expanded to consider more factors that differentiate people so that we can be more targeted. But our use of the tool has also really expanded. For the last 5 years, it is mandatory whenever a department of the federal government develops a new policy or program, they have to have a Gender-Based Analysis Plus included in the proposal that comes forward. They cannot proceed to review by our cabinet committee and our cabinet, our ministers, without that piece. In 2018, our parliament actually passed the Canadian Gender Budgeting Act, which enshrines the application of GBA Plus in all new budget measures, tax expenditures, and existing expenditures. So simply put, this means that every policy, program, or initiative has to be looked at from an age lens from the outside, bringing it to the particular population of older persons. Considerations need to be given on how a proposed initiative may positively or negatively affect older persons. And if there are negative effects, there have to be mitigation strategies or changes to the proposal to ensure it's inclusive of older persons. I'll be really frank, I read a lot of these analyses because I see a lot of what goes to our cabinet, and I am involved in the development of policy and programs. And this, to be honest, it's a work in progress. I would say it's getting a lot better. We do, though, have very high expectations, and you will routinely see the analyses sent back for further elaboration, for more data. In my department, I would say employment and social development, we're pretty good at it. We've got a lot of data. We're very strong on evidence-based policymaking. And we do, I think, pretty solid analyses of this type, but we are looking to improve further. So this is a really important tool that we have for mainstreaming aging in Canada, I would say, and we look forward to improving it with time. Before I close, I'll just spend a moment on a couple of other things we do to mainstream aging with respect to collaboration and engagement. So, of course, we're a federation with provincial subnational governments. We have a forum of ministers, of federal and provincial territorial ministers, who routinely meet and work on issues to ensure that the needs of older persons are considered in broader policies. They work on things like housing, for example, for our senior population, social isolation, solutions to that. We also established an external advisory body, the National Seniors Council, and they look at policies and programs and do research, provide advice to the government on things that the government needs to do, and that includes mainstreaming aging. So these are just a couple of things that Canada is doing, and look forward to hearing from other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for illustrating that beyond the fact that it's needed, it's possible to mainstream aging across all different sectors. Thank you so much for your magnificent example. Now it's time to give the floor to the Minister of the Canton of Jura, which is at the same time President of the Swiss Conference of the Cantonal Ministers of Social Affairs, Mrs. Nathalie Barthelot. Please take the floor.
Mesdames et messieurs, en vos fonctions et titres respectifs, le gouvernement fédéral suisse a publié en 2007 une stratégie en matière de politique de la vieillesse portant sur 5 thèmes: la santé et les soins, le logement et la mobilité, le travail et la transition vers la retraite, la situation économique et enfin l'engagement et la participation sociale. Son objectif était de contribuer à ce que l'avancée en âge soit prise en compte dans tous les domaines politiques. Bien qu'il ne soit pas contraignant, ce document a marqué un tournant. Fortement imprégné par l'idée du mainstreaming, il a aidé à faire émerger une acceptation plus large de la politique de la vieillesse, à rompre avec l'image de la vieillesse fondée sur les déficits, à imposer l'idée qu'il faut tenir compte de la diversité des parcours individuels ainsi que des ressources et des potentiels des personnes âgées. Évidemment, pour un regard d'aujourd'hui, la stratégie de 2007 comporte des lacunes, notamment à propos de la question de la pauvreté et de la dimension de genre chez les personnes âgées. Par ailleurs, son impact est encore difficile à mesurer, faute d'indicateurs pertinents. Mais les cantons suisses, en charge d'une grande partie de la politique de la vieillesse, ne sont pas restés inactifs. Plusieurs cantons ont développé des concepts et des politiques vieillesse au niveau cantonal. Et un autre bon exemple est celui d'une trentaine de villes suisses qui se sont rassemblées sous l'égide d'un réseau intitulé « Villes amies des aînés » pour développer des projets intégratifs sur toute une palette de thèmes et placer le vieillissement à l'agenda politique des villes. Grâce aux instruments de planification, mais aussi grâce à des approches informelles rassemblant des acteurs clés, on peut débattre différemment des enjeux politiques. Premièrement, la constitution d'une prévoyance vieillesse pour répondre aux besoins d'une population hétérogène. Deuxièmement, la mise en place de soins de longue durée dans le respect de l'autonomie individuelle. Et troisièmement, la promotion d'une conciliation entre vie professionnelle et vie familiale, respectant en particulier le droit des femmes. Ces 3 champs d'action sont ceux de la plupart des pays de la région Europe. Afin d'éviter de passer à côté de l'avis des principaux concernés, il s'agit ainsi d'adapter une approche qui passe par la co-construction et la participation des parties prenantes. J'aimerais signaler ici un instrument à première vue modeste que nous utilisons pour répondre aux besoins d'autodétermination qui animent chacune et chacun dans l'avancée en âge. C'est le subventionnement d'organismes agissant concrètement pour encourager la personne âgée à conserver son autonomie à l'aide de formations ou de campagnes, en sensibilisant les personnes elles-mêmes et leurs proches. Il est essentiel de pouvoir continuer à exprimer ses choix jusqu'au bout de la vie, y compris quand des soins importants sont nécessaires. Par exemple, certaines institutions d'hébergement de longue durée notamment expérimentent de nouveaux modes d'accompagnement en s'inspirant à titre exemplatif de la méthode Montessori. Comme ministre, j'aimerais conclure en remerciant celles et ceux qui nous aident à rester proches de la réalité, les chercheurs engagés sur le terrain, les organisations de la société civile en contact avec les personnes âgées, les professionnels et enfin, et surtout, devrais-je dire, les personnes intéressées elles-mêmes. Et comme le dirait le dessinateur belge Philippe Geluck, être vieux, c'est être jeune depuis plus longtemps que les autres. Merci pour votre attention.
Minister, for this example of participation and collaboration that is, those are 2 of the main pillars of the mainstreaming, and we will have the opportunity tomorrow to go further on this topic, but thank you so much for your example. Now it's time to go to our researcher, independent expert researcher, coming from the School of Social Work at Bar Ilan University in Israel, and professor at this university. Please, Mrs. Nayat Avalon. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and also thank you for sharing with us excellent examples of mainstreaming aging. As you said, I'm a researcher, which means that I'm being paid for being critical and for asking questions. And I would say that even though there are excellent examples of mainstreaming aging, to the most part, we have not done enough, and aging is not mainstream. Instead, ageism is mainstreamed, and this is probably a main reason why aging is not mainstreamed. Ageism is defined as stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination towards people because of their age. It is manifested in the way we think, feel, and act towards people of any age group, and it can be either positive or negative. However, I will argue here today that it is the negative social construction of old age which prevents us from mainstreaming aging. Ageism is prevalent at all levels. It is prevalent at the institutional level, and we have seen many examples during the pandemic of how rules and regulations discriminate people based on their chronological age. We've seen it pretty much all over the world with differential lockdown, exit, triage, and even vaccination strategies in some part of the world that differentiated different groups in the population simply because of their chronological age. This has resulted in the unwarranted death of older people, in the violation of human rights of older people, and in the prevention from older people of accessing goods and services. We have seen during the pandemic also examples of how ageism is manifested at the interpersonal level, in the way we interact with each other. And there has been quite a prevalent portrayal of older people as vulnerable and a burden to society. The problem with these messages is that they penetrate our own mindset, and they feed into the way we think of ourselves and our own age and aging process. Research has shown that those individuals who think more negatively about their own aging are more likely to die earlier, are more likely to be functionally impaired, and have worse health and mental health. So the way we think about our own aging is extremely important. As was already mentioned here today, ageism is extremely prevalent. In fact, it's more prevalent than the other big isms, sexism and racism. 1 in 2 people in the world reports being ageist, 1 in 3 reports exposure to ageism. It is really prevalent in all aspects of our lives. As researchers, we all many times fail to collect data, disaggregated data, based on age. And again, we've seen that during the pandemic, especially during the first waves. Even though we kind of knew that age was a major issue, many countries have failed to collect death-related data by age and illness-related data by age. We also do that in terms of the terms we use, the terminology we use to refer to older people and to the current demographic changes that we are experiencing. We use terms such as the aging tsunami, the problem of aging, the challenge of aging, the elderly, dementia patients. All of these terms, again, are quite belittling, derogatory, and they penetrate our own mindset and our own thinking about our own aging process. Since we're short in time, I will give only one example of how I think aging should be mainstreamed. Apparently in some countries like Ireland it is being mainstreamed, but many other places it is not, and that's the area of climate change. And we know that older people are considered to be one of the most susceptible groups in the population to the negative effects of climate change. Nonetheless, if we listen to discourse, to policy discourse around issues of climate change, there is a lot of times a blame game and tension between the generations, with older people being blamed for failing to act, for leaving a substantial carbon footprint behind. And if we look at policies, older people many times are neglected from climate change policies, despite the fact that they represent one of the most susceptible groups. I will argue here that it's not their physiological susceptibility, but it is the social, economic, and political environment that fails to acknowledge the challenges that this population experiences and fails to protect them during severe climate change events. We know that there are a couple of effective interventions that can be used to tackle ageism, and I hope that I managed to convince you that we should all work hard to tackle ageism. And the World Health Organization has identified a couple of interventions that have evidence-based. The first one is intergenerational contact. Our entire life is divided by chronological age. This really results in a notion of us versus them. We really need to bring people together of different generations to work together, to live together, and this really requires an entire shift in our mind as to what life course we actually want to have. But once we bring people of different generations together, they're going to work together and there's going to be intergenerational solidarity. A second strategy that has evidence-based is education. And we know that through education about the effects of ageism, we can really influence people and change the way they think, feel, and act towards others. However, I will say that in many countries, people are not even aware of the term ageism in its national translation, and many countries don't even have a national translation to the term. Our own research has shown that once we familiar people with the term ageism, they're more likely to acknowledge, yes, I experienced ageism. This means that if we do a good job and tell people what ageism is, we're actually going to see a surge in reports of ageism. A third strategy that does not have enough evidence, but is often used, is actually social campaigns. And it's very important when we use social campaigns to actually portray a diverse image of older people. We do not want to err to the other side and say that all older people are successful agers, and that's the contra that we give to negative ageism. Because as we have been talking today and yesterday, aging is a diverse experience and people experience it in different ways. So we really don't want to bring a one-sided image of what it's like to be an older person. It's also important that when we're using social campaign, we do not rely only on digital technology, which is relatively easy and cheap, because again, we're going to exclude certain parts of the population if we do that. And it is important to accompany social campaign by research, to actually develop an evidence-based research around that. The fourth and last strategy is legal interventions. And we've heard this call over and over in the past 2 days for a UN Convention for the Rights of Older People. I think we absolutely need this tool so that it will serve as a reminder to us as nations, societies, individuals. What does it mean to discriminate people because of their age? I don't think we're there yet. I think we really need very, very explicit and clear guidelines if we really want to mainstream aging at some point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your challenging intervention and reminding us that we have to be much more dedicated from going from words and proclamations to actions. And so thank you so much, and highlighting some of the strategies that could be adopted to combat ageism, which is in the end preventing us from moving forward in terms of mainstreaming. So thank you so much. And finally, we have between the panelists, of course, we have the country director for Help Age International Moldova, Mrs. Tatiana Sorokan. Please give us your views.
Thank you, the Chair. Good afternoon, esteemed participants and distinguished guests of this extraordinary forum to review implementation of Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, or otherwise MIPA Plus 20, as we refer to it shortly. I would like to also acknowledge for my participation in this forum the UNECE, but also the government of Moldova and the UNFPA office in Moldova, and also thank you, Italian government, for hosting all the participants, but also myself, in this wonderful city, Rome. I am going to speak about mainstreaming aging into public policies from a practical perspective. because as a representative of HelpAge International organization, which is an international NGO, but also has other offices and partners around the world, our mission is rights-based. We are rights-based organizations. That's why we're looking into protection and promotion of the rights of all the people so that they live secure, dignified, and healthy lives. And therefore, our mission in every country starts with analyzing legal frameworks, and based on legal frameworks, see what we can do, what we can change for all the people. It just happened back in 2014-15 that we have looked into the local legislation existing in Moldova, and we have found out that we have the law on the mechanism for public policy consultation, and then with civil society. And also we have the law on information from 2000, and then the law on participatory decision making from 2008. Also in 2015, by 2015, according to international commitments that Moldovan government has made, in 2012, the government adopted the roadmap for mainstreaming aging, and then HelpAge participated with a delegation of all the people in the consultation for development of this first roadmap. In 2014, the government adopted the national program and plan on mainstreaming aging, and then in 2015, HelpAge, together with the government of Moldova, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, funded by the UNFPA, developed the National Platform on Active Aging, which is a network of many NGOs working to protect the rights of older people. And then in 2015, the UNFPA, through their consultancy that we outsourced jointly, developed the first mainstreaming aging methodology and trained civil society organizations, key government servants to apply this mainstreaming aging methodology. And we were, in a way, the first organization that tried to apply the methodology together with the platform on active aging, and we looked into a number of policies that are related to older people and aging. And I remember that we discussed within the platform on active aging, what is the first policy that we're going to analyze? And they suggested, of course, health. So we looked into non-communicable diseases, strategy on non-communicable diseases. But then we said, why don't we take something, if we speak about health, take and analyze how the policy on physical education and sport reflects older people, and whether it is inclusive of older people. And when we called the ministry, the relevant ministry, and told them that we want to analyze the strategy, the first question that they said, why? This is not for older people, this is for youth. You shouldn't be part of this. You are working with older people, how come you want to analyze our strategy? And so we understood that there is a lot of work to do here, and then we started, and by 2020 we have analyzed over 50 different policies, national policies, plans and strategies, and came up with recommendations for the government of Moldova to include older people better. And some of the successes I can speak about is one of the successes, the adoption, 62% of the recommendations that the National Platform on Active Aging and HelpAge International provided to the government were included for Moldova 20 plan. And then for the National Action Plan on Human Rights, over 40% of our recommendations were included in the plan, which means that gradually during the 5 to 7 years, they started acknowledging the need for inclusion of the needs of older people and also started accepting our recommendations. And today, I'm very proud to say that the government of Moldova is very open to this process, and through the government we also receive direct requests to the HelpAge International and the Platform on Active Aging to analyze a particular policy and come up with a recommendation on behalf of older people and aging. For us, mainstreaming aging also is important because this is a participatory process, and we, as an organization that is working with older people, are looking into integration of voices of older people. We listen to what older people say, we work in the communities, we work on the ground, and then we bring the evidence from the ground to inform policy development and policy review. It is, of course, a difficult process because it depends at what level of implementation a certain policy is. For example, if you get to a design stage of the policy and come with recommendation to a particular area of policy development, then that is probably the most successful way, because at that point more recommendations are required from the civil society and HelpAge and the platform, but also they are more forthcoming, rather than a policy in implementation, because you cannot stop it and change it very quickly. There is a whole process that the government needs to undertake to be able to review a certain policy. But even this is possible through review of the action plans for the strategy, because you can review the indicators, different institutions involved in implementation of certain activity, and etc. We have also found out that from our perspective, to be able to integrate the needs of older people better in the policies, we need a more committed unit within the government level in Moldova to do mainstreaming aging. Currently, there are several issues that impede or are barriers to this integration of the needs of older people. First of all, there is only one service on demographic policies within the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and 2 people that work there, only 2 people, which they are doing extraordinary work, but there is not sufficient staffing. With a population in Moldova where currently every fifth person in Moldova is an older person, we believe that there is need for at least a whole department on aging, and there is need to create a coordination group for mainstreaming aging into all public policies, and also mainstreaming aging into community or local level policies, not only national level policies. We also believe that this coordination is very important between the ministries, between the ministry departments, interministerial coordination, so that it is not the duty of only a focal point on aging to do mainstreaming aging into public policies. It's a huge undertaking, and it requires resources, human resources, but also financial resources and commitment. We are open for this, and we are glad that we are a like-minded, let's say, organization with the vision of the government, and we believe that the government will listen, will hear our recommendations, and will commit more to mainstreaming aging into public policies, because we don't need policies on paper, we need them implemented, and we need more people involved for this. I'll stop here in the interest of time.
Thank you, Mrs. Tatiana Sorokan, for your experience in mainly the impact that you have put on coordination efforts and the question of participation. Those are, as mentioned several times, very, very important pillars of this work. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank all the panelists, because we have, they have been so disciplined in terms of schedule. We have time for your comments, for your questions, if any, for your reflections. So it's also a privilege that we can have a number of minutes to go further. Please. Yes. No, it's not working, the microphone. I don't think so.
I think it is.
doesn't work with the, no. You need to.
Sorry, because otherwise the interpretation will not be possible. That's the, sorry.
Maybe if he takes off the headphones. Yeah.
No, it doesn't work, apparently. Help is on the way, sorry.
Technician.
We take someone else while we're waiting. Oh no, here we have.
That's a marathon.
This one?
I tried this one. Yes, it
no,
works.
that's
Thanks.
good.
Thank you for the excellent presentations. And one remark struck me that was about the effectiveness of intergenerational contacts in the fight against ageism. I was just wondering, are there good examples how to translate it in practical activities? Let me give one example from the Netherlands. What we have in a number of new projects is that we combine the living in nursing homes by the clients at a certain age in combination with students living in the same nursing home. So then actually they volunteer also in the nursing home. They go to cinema, they prepare food, or they have talks. So that's an interesting example of how we can actually promote the intergenerational discussions. But I guess there are many more good examples, and I'm looking for them. So maybe you could have some suggestions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Before going back to our panelists, please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I used the same microphone. Yes, I am a participant here in this meeting. My name is Philip Hammerroth. I'm coming from Finland, the retired in Finland. Well, in the panel you have underlined the importance of having different parts of society involved so that this could be successful. And I agree with you that all should be involved and engaged and so. And there one could at the same time say that there is still a reluctance in, how to say, accepting the constructive input by different parts of groups of society, for instance, older people. A kind of reluctance still. But my question is, would it be right to interpret also the old people as an asset to society? Because they are an asset. We know that it is a growing asset. So my question to the panelists is, how do you interpret and take the older groups, people in this sense, so that they can be involved and positively involved and requested to be involved? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question or comment, reflection? Yes, please. Russia Federation.
Thank you very much. This is the first time that I heard about the specific implication of the climate change to the elderly people. So in this case, may I ask you to provide us a concrete example, only one or two, yes, from the speakers, about the concrete implications, because this is a very important moment, and I think this is the issue that we need to address too. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. If there are no other questions from the audience, maybe I can go back to our panelists, and I'm sure they all have comments to make on these topics that have been raised. So Please, Minister Mary Butler, could you start?
I can indeed. Thank you very much for the three questions, and they were very interesting. So the first question from the gentleman on the left was in relation to intergenerational and some examples in relation to that. And I thought during COVID we saw huge examples of intergenerational supports in my country, Ireland. There was a call out from the government called Community Call, where local sports groups, local organisations, working with the local authorities, the local councils and the police force came together to support older people who were cocooning at that particular time. So they would collect the shopping, they would go to the local pharmacist, and they engaged. But what I also believe is hugely important for intergenerational is Meals on Wheels. So it's a situation where meals are delivered to older people every day. And it's much more than a nutritious meal. It's the actual contact that somebody is actually calling during the day to that person. If they're not there, they may not be unwell. It's really, really important. And just a third example is I recently visited a daycare centre in Cork. It's a county in Ireland 2 weeks ago. And there is an engagement with transition year students. So these students are not doing it, they're not in an exam year. And what they do is they engage with the older people. So it's a daycare centre, but there's also people who live. So the students come, they engage with them, they show them how to do technological supports if they're not used to computers. And they also fundraise for them at Christmas and provide them with gifts. So I do think it's really, really important. And when you involve young people engaging with older people, it will go a long way to end the stigma. In relation to the other question about climate change, it was the lady down there, you spoke about climate change. And what we have done in Ireland is what we're trying to do, we're trying to move as quickly as possible to climate change, but we must have a just transition. So we've many, many older people living in rural parts of the country where they are dependent on fossil fuels to heat their homes. So it's very important that in relation to those people who are in fuel poverty, that they can afford to transition. And we have put a lot of funding this year into that. We also support older people through what we call a fuel allowance. And we have 375,000 people out of a population of 5,000 people receiving fuel allowance 26 weeks of the year. And this year we increased it by 40%, and it now stands at €1,200 per year to support people who are challenged in relation to fuel poverty. And I suppose the other question was, how can older people be seen as an asset to society? Well, as I said earlier, I always see older people as an opportunity. I never see older people as a burden. And the amount of lived experience that older people can provide to us on a daily basis, older people built our country, and they have so much to give back. And I'll go back to the point I made earlier, and it's something I remember every day of my life as Minister for Mental Health and Older People. The voice and choice of older people must be heard, it must be recognised, but it must be listened to. And they have so much to offer, and they have so much to give. And that is the only way we can prevent ageism, by recognising and listening to our older people. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now I'll give the floor to Minister Annette Gibbons, please. Your comments, if any, on this question.
Sure. I won't comment on everything. Just on the intergenerational, I think there's a gravitation to think about youth, and I think that maybe other countries are ahead of Canada in thinking about that particular connection between youth and older people, and congregate living, for example, students living in nursing homes, which I just think is just a fantastic example of creativity that really fills a need for both the students and the older persons. But I would say that we are thinking more and more about ensuring that the social isolation and the sort of the in-home supports that people need to stay in their homes. We are thinking more and more about that in the Canadian federal government, and We have different programs that aim to counter social isolation, and they will leverage volunteers of all different ages to get out and do activities with older persons. We're also about to, we've launched now and start funding a program of pilots, experiments, if you will, on ensuring that seniors have support to stay in their homes. We have many local community organizations that are doing really interesting things with meal delivery and driving people to appointments and so on, snow removal. And we want to fund more of that to allow those organizations to have a broader reach than they currently have. So that's an interesting thing that we're starting now in earnest, and we'll look to see the results and probably tweak it with time in future iterations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now it's the turn for Minister Nathalie Bartoulou. Please, if you have any comments.
Oui, peut-être un bref commentaire par rapport à ce qui a été indiqué. C'est vrai que la nécessité du contact intergénérationnel est évidente aujourd'hui et puis qu'on doit mettre en œuvre toutes les possibilités pour le favoriser. Peut-être deux exemples dans mon canton. On a fait des constructions aujourd'hui où on mixe les générations, c'est-à-dire que par exemple on construit des immeubles où il y a des appartements protégés, adaptés pour les personnes âgées. Et puis par exemple le rez-de-chaussée est dédié à une crèche qui accueille des enfants et on voit que finalement tout le monde s'enrichit au contact les uns des autres. Puis peut-être aussi un autre exemple, je dirais, de contact intergénérationnel. Il y a un programme qui a été lancé en Suisse où on permet à des aînés de retourner dans des classes d'école pour des enfants en très bas âge. Et puis, finalement, ces personnes accompagnent l'enseignante qui, voilà, pour certaines tâches, sont là, aident. Et puis, on voit qu'il y a une relation qui se crée entre les enfants et la personne plus âgée qui est dans la classe, qui est très intéressante, très positive. Et on voit que ces enfants prennent vraiment conscience des différences de génération, du potentiel et puis de tout ce qu'il y a de bien à retirer d'une personne qui a déjà une certaine expérience de vie.
Merci. And now it's your turn, please.
Sure. So I
Liet.
think that with regard to intergenerational contact, it's very important that we don't go back to the situation of caregiver, care recipient. We want to keep both parties as equal. So we really have to identify opportunities for both sides to contribute, but also get back. And the example of a nursing home would be a great one with children. I think in the workforce, we could see that as well. We could also see that in certain games where older people might have a superiority in terms of knowledge with regard to certain things, whereas younger people might have knowledge with regard to contemporary popular music. So I think it's really important to keep both sides on equal terms when we're trying to establish intergenerational contact. With regard to the second comment about older people as an asset, I think that we live in a neoliberal economy, and we value people based on the money they produce. And I would say here that many countries have mandatory retirement age that immediately cuts older people from being productive and being seen as an asset. But obviously, it's not only a financial asset. And older people have the wisdom, have the experience. They're oftentimes taking the caregiver role, which is unpaid, yet is extremely financial and is extremely beneficial to us as a society. So we really need to acknowledge the contribution that older people make in the present, but also, as was stated here, also their past contributions. Last, with regard to climate change, I think that, well, we are in Italy now. Every year during the summer, there are thousands and sometimes 10,000s and more of people who die, and it's a lot of times, many times, the majority of time, older people who die. And it's not only older people. It's going to be older people who are socially isolated, who are poor. It's going to be more likely to be women. So there are certain intersections here that we have to identify. And I think that policies really have to acknowledge that and target those particular parts of the population that need extra education about using air conditioning, maybe extra help to access air conditioning, but this is really the minimal, and there are many other things that we could do with regard to that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tatiana, please.
Thank you. If I can also add on intergenerational approaches, because Moldova is a country with a very high level of migrants, economically active population working abroad and leaving children behind. Despite the fact that we want to see all the people being active socially, they do have a caring role, and a number of older people take care of the grandchildren when their children are away, and they love doing it. And not only Moldova, if we take the Ukrainian country and the current situation with the refugees that come to Moldova, over 68% of refugees come with children. All the people, refugees, come with children. And when we asked them about their future after the crisis, they said that I want to be at home taking care of my grandchildren. So we need not disregard this, because it's one of the important but also enjoyed roles of all the people. But we also need to give them an opportunity for social contact, for social connectedness, and I agree that it should be a fulfilling role on both sides. In terms of fulfilling role, we have an example of our project with the UNFPA and with the Moldcell mobile operator company, Moldcell Foundation, on the younger generation, teaching all the people how to use mobile phones. And we have posters in the lobby where you can read more about this project, but it is a very rewarding experience when a younger generation teaches all the people how to use the phones. And we have a number of case studies and stories and pictures of all the women speaking for the first time on a smart mobile phone with their family, and hearing the voice and seeing the picture and being petrified by this. And it's very, very touching indeed. In terms of all the people as an asset, I completely agree. We need to look into this because, for example, at HelpAge International, as I mentioned in the beginning, it is important for us to listen to the voice of all the people, because they tell us about their needs, and they are the experts of life, and their own lives, but also their peers. And one of the comments and phrases of the former UN residents I've heard, and I read actually, so that the irony of all the people is that they are excluded from the society that they themselves helped to build. So this is indeed something that we, through our policies on aging, on mainstreaming aging, should aim to include as much as possible these needs of all the people, because they have once done this for other generations. And we need not to neglect them, but really consider all the people as an asset. Their voice, their needs, their experience, their wisdom, and their knowledge, because not all the people are the same. They're not homogeneous. They're a very diverse group. Everybody has a lot of interesting experience, and we value also this at HelpAge, as with other organizations in this panel. And I hope you will appreciate and will follow these examples as well. So thank you.
We have noticed one request for a comment, I imagine. Please. We have a microphone there, right?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
It's done.
I am working in civil society, and I will put one thing to the audience, that in many cases we see the elderly as actors of person of the past, and I think it's very important to recognize the elderly as also actors, political actors in the present. And I give one example. For instance, in my country, in the Flemish Parliament, we have only 6 members of Parliament over all parties on 124 members of Parliament who are older than 60 years old. I think that we need also to change how we see elderly. Elderly are not only the constructors of the past, but we are also actors in the present. And I think it's very important that we try to do it in politics. And when we are talking about intergenerational solidarity, it's very important to have also, but over the generations, debates on what politics is. I think when we're talking about peace now, I come from the old peace movement, and I look to the problems now. I think that we as older generation, we have something to set, and I think it's very important talking about intergenerational solidarity. We should recognize the elder generations as actors in the present. It's the younger generation has already fight for it. When I was young, I had to fight to be an actor. I was seen as something for the future. We were fighting to become actors in the past. I think that the elderly have now to fight to become actors in the present. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that's a question. It's a comment and an alert, I would say, to all of us. Let's take the example of President Biden, I would say, is quite well involved with almost 80. But thank you so much for your comment and for your alert. Well, I think we've come to an end from our panel. It's time to give the floor to Kai Larsenring, which went through the three different panels very attentively and will try to give us the main highlights for what happened this morning and this afternoon. So please, Kai, thank you so much for your work and allow us to get home these main messages.
Quickly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Edmundo, and thank you for inviting me to wrap up, which is really a difficult task after all this we have learned today. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, how do I address you? First thing I've learned, I should address you all as co-agers, because this is really something that is completely uniting us. Everybody aged during that day also, and we are aging together during these challenging times where we have seen, many conflicts also, and inequalities, inequities. And at the same time, I'm very happy that we are here together in an international setting, because this is what we need most, I think, dialogue and international cooperation on learning together, in this case on aging, but there are so many other challenges at the moment that often this has been put a bit in the back of the agenda, and I hope that, but I see with this event that it will come up again. And as a policy analyst, I like to compare and to analyze based on assumptions, and I would like to compare a bit let's say the MIPA process from 20 years to now, and how I saw this discussion today, focused on these three issues. So on promoting active and healthy aging throughout life, I have observed a shift of attention regarding active and healthy aging compared to, let's say, 20 years ago, where then following the Madrid conference, it was mainly active aging was then focusing a lot on extending working life. And as we are in Italy, excuse me if I bring some criticism here. We have seen in Italy a moment where pensioners, or where people over 60 learned from one day to the other they had to work 5 years longer now. And this is, of course, something that should not happen again. And I saw this also both in the in the declaration, which will be discussed tomorrow also, but also during this day, that there is now more understanding that it is not the only, we cannot only put pressure on the individuals to extend working lives and to take responsibility, but there is much more talk about facilitating, safeguarding, putting together the social tissue and social responsibilities towards older people, but also towards citizens across the life course. Regarding the topic of promoting active and healthy aging, regarding the topic of long-term care, which is already one step ahead. Also in the original concept of active and healthy aging, long-term care and the need for care was mentioned in a second part, but this was then often forgotten. And the fact alone that long-term care now is one of the key issues, one of the three key issues of this declaration, shows us, of course, also with the help of the wake-up call that the pandemic, of course, gave us, that there is now an understanding and an awareness that that long-term care will be one of the key challenges, in particular regarding the fact that this is still mainly unpaid work and still mainly done by women. So the move towards more integrated, person-centered care and the support of informal carers will be, of course, an important step in our efforts. Regarding the third issue, mainstreaming aging, we see a kind of a revival of a term that was already part also of the MIPA since its very beginning, but also here we see more this re-strengthening stakeholder involvement, the whole of society approach, integrated policies and so on, involving all stakeholders. So my general hypothesis for and also synthesis of this day is that we are, and it was also mentioned in several contributions, the term paradigm shift. We see a certain paradigm shift from we have lived an era of neoliberal and individualistic ego governance for a long time. Also, not only in aging policies, but in many policies. But when it comes to aging policies, of course, then it is important to develop this type of governance. And we saw, not only in this last panel, but also in the others, a shift towards more involvement, workshops, you name it, all types of advisory boards, the attempt to involve citizens as citizens, be they older or not. At best, they should not be chosen based on their age, on their chronological age, but on their openness to contribute to an eco-social system of developing aging policies in a network within countries, but also on the international level. And I could go now through all the sessions where this was under this general assumption and synthesis was empirically shown by a number of contributions that and also that now is really the time for immediate action on aging, for taking the wake-up call also of the pandemic seriously. This might be done by developing laws or legal frameworks, by addressing the new fragilities that also came up through the pandemic, but also now through the war. We are all, I think, we are all very sad to have, to experience that there is a war so close to us and in our region, and that this has, and this also affects older persons. So older persons want this new paradigm and this shift, and older persons, this is me. This is you and this is us, and we were also reminded of that today, and this is very important. We want to decide for ourselves. We want, of course, individual choices, but we want to adapt these individual choices and streamline or bring them together with other generations with whom we live together. It was mentioned we are 4 generations. Sometimes I think we are even 5 generations currently living together. And we want to think about living together and to face the challenges that are ahead of us, not only in terms of aging, but all around up to climate change and you name it. That can only be done by an intergenerational effort, and this I saw, or I felt during this day that there is now a chance to get there, and I hope you agree with me that this should be also followed tomorrow in the ministerial segment, that we develop together this kind of eco-social networking on the improvement of aging policies together. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kai, for your report on this rich day that we had. And it's time to thank, of course, the rapporteur for his summary, first place, then the moderator of the different panels, and especially, of course, all the panelists that have helped us during these magnificent conferences. So, also a very special and warm welcome to all of you that have been with us, to the participants this afternoon, and to the interpreters that helped us also in a not always easy task. Thank you so much. And just before giving the floor to Lydia for some announcements, I would just like to remind you that we have a dinner foreseen at 8 o'clock this evening at the restaurant of the Hotel Le Quattro Stagioni. So, if not before, we'll meet at 8 o'clock at the hotel restaurant. Thank you so much for your attention and participation, and enjoy a beautiful evening. Lydia, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I think we have had an interesting day. I conclude it as successful, and we will all deserve a glass or two later tonight. But before that, dear colleagues, several delegations have been asking us for a list of registered heads of delegations. We have 46 delegations. We have produced such a list, and those who are interested
can collect such a list as of tomorrow morning. It will be placed on this table where the Secretariat colleagues are sitting. This is my first announcement. My second one is that to remind you that tomorrow we'll start at 9 o'clock, not 9:30 as today. We start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, sharp, with the opening of the ministerial segment, which will include several official addresses. And this will be followed by 2 roundtable discussions. Please take note that tomorrow morning, before you join your seats, the Secretariat in the morning will distribute to all delegations a draft declaration with any small adjustments, if any, because the declaration, as was mentioned this morning at least twice, went through 2 rounds of consultations. However, there are small things that have to be fixed, and actually in 40-50 minutes, the Bureau, chaired by Edmundo, we are meeting at 6:30, the Bureau of the Standing Working Group on Aging, to review and decide on the final formulation of these small adjustments. This is to say that if any adjustments to any paragraph, this will be printed on a separate paper and will be also distributed next to your draft declaration. And at this point, you'll have until lunch, and it will be announced again tomorrow, to view, review, and if any editorial or whatever comments you may have, you have to make them in writing and submit them to the Secretariat. With this, dear Chair, we are all looking to the restaurant. Thank you.
Enjoy, Alina. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.